political will. I repeat, creativity and political will. And ASEAN, China's code of conduct should be a critical component of a regime for managing the disputes, but its limitation need to be recognized. To this end, all sides need to emphasize that engaging in the code of conduct is a flow of process, and reaching the agreement on its content will be without the prejudice to the final settlement of claims. That is all from the Delegate of Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Philippines. Next to speak would be coming for the delegation of the United Kingdom. Your time starts whenever you speak.
Thank you, Chair. ASEAN and China have previously made many joint statements claiming or promising progress in the negotiation over the Code of Conduct. In 2017, the two sides announced a draft framework of the Code of Conduct, and in 2018, a single draft negotiating text as an SDNT. So the year after that, they brought the 20-page first draft of the planned Code of Conduct. But all these achievements have been insufficient to settle the bilateral dispute. According to some officials involved in the negotiation process, the first draft in the particular contained a number of serious disagreement in the position of China and the Asian claimants. Thus, all Asian countries shall find a way to put a full stop in this issue, but not by competing with one another. So the delegates of UK hopes that there will be sufficient content stated in the Code of Conduct so this dispute can come to an end at the soonest. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of the United Kingdom. Next to speak would be coming for the Delegate of France. France, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. France would like to start by stating that France highly agrees with what the United Kingdom has stated about how previously ASEAN and China have agreed to develop a code of conduct, however, have failed, and these efforts have been insufficient. France would also like to uphold what Myanmar has mentioned about how the code of conduct must be faster, but still should include the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. These things are all very relevant. However, France would like to point out countries such as Australia, the United States, have not been helping this issue so far. Instead, these countries have been contributing more about their own personal interest. France understands that every country here is here to uphold their own personal interest, because we, France, are here to uphold the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. However, the issue right now is the South China Sea and the claimants and China, right? Therefore, we as foreign powers should start helping them, should start advising them instead of getting involved and making this about us. Therefore, France hopes that this code of conduct will be efficient to every nation involved. However, France hopes that nations which will not or might not be involved can simply stay at the side and help instead of creating a bigger issue that is already here. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of France. Next to speak would be coming from the Delegate of Vietnam. You may have the floor. Delegate of Vietnam.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate of Vietnam.
Okay. As a claimant state in the South China Sea, who face frequent tension due to the clashes with other claimant states, especially China, Vietnam has long been endorsing the adoption of Code of Conduct in South China Sea, which could help better manage disputes. In the 1990s, Vietnam sought to establish the principle of such Code of Conduct through both bilateral and multilateral means. Regarding the legal status of Code of Conduct, during the 1990s, Vietnam and other ASEAN member states did not raise this issue since ASEAN members at that time mainly considered the perspective of Code of Conduct as a tool for confidence building primarily aimed at promoting self-constraint among claimant states. Moreover, by their nature, Code of Conducts are soft law, which naturally does not require strong enforcement mechanism being put into place. The implementation of such Code of Conduct is based on the goodwill of participating countries. However, the reality of over the past 2 decades with recurring violations of the DOC by signatory states shows that such belief is misplaced and non-binding code of conduct will have little effect in fulfilling its intended purpose of maintaining peace and stability in South China Sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Vietnam. You may mute yourself. Okay, next to speak would be coming from the delegation of China. China, your 1 minute 30 seconds starts whenever you speak.
All right, thanks. Am I audible?
Yes, China.
All right. So, in the perspective of China, negotiation over the COC have proven difficult for several reasons. 4 areas as problematic: the undefined geographic scope of the South China Sea, the disagreement over dispute settlement mechanisms, different approach to conflict management such as self-restraint, mutual trust, and the confidence building, and the undefined legal status of the code of conduct. We believe no action were happening, so China stood and made some. Honestly, China believes that without ratifying the UN clause, the United States shouldn't interfere in this matter. Despite being the dialogue partner of the Asian claimants, the South China Sea feels more a key flashpoint in Sino-American competition rather than Asian. It seems that the current American approach in the South China Sea is to respond to the China increasingly assertive action through the development of its own military power. That's all from Delegates of China. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of China. Now, last to speak for this motion would be coming from the Delegate of Brunei. Brunei, your 1 minute 30 seconds starts whenever you speak.
Good morning, and thank you for the organization chairs and distinguished delegates. Delegate of Brunei would like to say thank you for every country for expressing the view. And for delegation of Australia, delegation of Brunei would like to acknowledge your concerns, but please put your mind into reading. An ASEAN-China COC should be a critical component of a regime for managing the dispute, but its limitations need to be recognized. First, a settlement of dispute is not a realistic goal for the time being. The COC process is rightly focused on managing the tension surrounding the dispute and removing the trigger of conflict. It is not a dispute resolution mechanism. This is a final resolution of the sovereignty claims and delimitation of the maritime boundaries according to international law, including the 1982 United Nations Convention of Law of Sea, UN clause. Could be many years away. To this end, all sides need to emphasize that engaging in the COC process and reaching agreement to this content will be without prejudice to the final settlement of claims and have no impacts to the parties' current legal position toward the dispute. Therefore, Brunei would like to emphasize local ASEAN product engagement is a campaign that a part of Sea Eagle solution aimed to enhance economy of ASEAN country in the long term for the slogan ASEAN for ASEANs. This agreement are looking forward to bring enhancement to the movement of goods, service, investment, capital, skills within the ASEAN circuits, increase the supply chains among the ASEAN member, and most importantly, to lower the dependency on outside market, so there will be more transparency and predictability within the ASEAN countries. Brunei would like to urge all countries to put this solution into mind and put this solution into consideration. Thank you. Salam sejahtera from Brunei.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Brunei. Thus, this marks the end of the first motion of the day. And the chair would like to also entertain 3 more motions on the floor. The chair would like to also inform the delegates, those who've already proposed the motions previously, which is specifically coming from the delegate of Myanmar and Brunei, apologies, of Myanmar and Cambodia. These delegates may be able to propose their motions again for this second mod caucus of the day. So those who wish to propose motion, please raise your hands high and firm. Yes, Delegate of Vietnam, you're recognized.
The delegates of Vietnam would like to propose condition. Oh, sorry, the duration 15 minutes and 90 seconds. All right. The delegates of Vietnam would like to propose condition on possible boundaries to be set on code of conduct by claimant countries. Thank you.
Set on code of conduct by claimant countries. Okay, thank you, Delegate of Vietnam. That is in order. Again, the chair, yes, a Delegate of Myanmar. You have been recognized.
Speaking time, total speaking time 15 minutes. 90 seconds. On the topic of ways to work towards better management of the South China Sea.
Ways towards better management.
Ways to work.
Ways to work on better management on South
yeah.
China Sea.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Myanmar. That is in order. The chair would like to inform that, apologies, Myanmar, please lower your hand. We can entertain one more motions on the floor. Those who wish to propose a motion. Please raise your hands high and firm. Apologies, delegates. Those who is not speaking on the floor, please don't forget to mute yourself. And again, the chair would like to call upon other delegates to propose a motion, the last motion, before we go on the voting procedure. Any delegates who wish to propose any motion? Yes, Delegate of Malaysia, you have been recognized.
Delegate of Malaysia, I would like to duration 10 minutes, speaking time 60 seconds.
60 seconds, okay. On the topic of?
Amendment to make a better code of conduct for every country.
Apologies, is it amendment to make a better code of conduct from every country?
For every country.
For every country. Okay, thank you, Delegate of Malaysia. That is in order. Now let's move on with the voting procedure. We have 3 motions on the floor. We shall start with the proposal made by the Delegate of Vietnam with a total speaking time of 15 minutes to 90 seconds for each delegates on the topic of condition on possible boundaries to be set on COC by claimant countries. Those who wish to vote on this motion, those who vote yes for this motion, please raise your hands high and firm. Do be reminded that we need at least 8 votes for this motion to pass. Delegates, are you around? Yes, the one who proposed should also vote for the motion proposed. All right, coming to see on the participants list, we have 3 voters. We need 5 more to make this vote pass. Counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This vote failed. The motion fails. However, please be reminded, delegates, you need to vote on the motions. Don't skip on voting. You cannot abstain on voting on the motions. With that understood, please. Let's move on with the motion proposed by the Delegate of Myanmar, which is the ways to work on bettering the management on South China Sea. Those who wishes to vote yes for this motion, please raise your hands high and firm. Delegates, please vote. 6 votes on the floor. We need 2 more to pass. Other delegates? Wait a second, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, then this motion passes with 8 votes in total, and showcasing, yeah. Yes, now China, you may lower your hand. Thailand, you also may lower your hand. The chair has not recognized for any speakers to be added in the list. Apologies, delegates. The chair would like to ask the delegate of Myanmar, would you prefer to speak on the first or the last of the moderated caucus?
Myanmar would like to speak first.
Okay, thank you, Myanmar. So Myanmar would like to speak first. We shall entertain 9 more speakers on the 9 more delegates on the floor to be added for this moderated caucus on discussing ways to work on better management on South China Sea. The chair would like to ask on the floor, are there any delegates who wish to be added on the list? Please raise your hands high and firm. Yes, Delegate of Brunei, you have been recognized. Delegate of Vietnam, you have been recognized. Apologies, delegates. Please don't forget to unmute. Please don't forget to mute yourself when you're not speaking. Yes, Delegate of Thailand, you have been recognized. Indonesia, you have been recognized. Delegate of the Philippines, you have been recognized. Delegate of the UK, you have been recognized. Apologies, Rapporteur, we didn't recognize Delegate of Malaysia. They did not raise their hand.
Oh, sorry. All right.
Okay, now they raised their hand. Thank you, Delegate of Malaysia, you have been recognized. Just a second, can you scroll up, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can entertain 2 more coming from the Delegate of France and end with Delegate of China. Thank you, delegates. You may lower your hands. Now let's start with the second moderated caucus of the day, starting with the delegation of Myanmar. Your time starts whenever you speak.
Thank you, Chair. Working toward better management of the South China Sea may require a 3-track parallel process, continuing efforts to resolve conflicts over sovereignty, negotiation for a code of conduct in order to promote stability and order, and a new dialogue on operational cooperation. The first track, if it can lead to clear maritime boundaries, would be the best approach for the long term. However, if there can be no clear boundary, then joint development may be the better approach. Without either clear boundaries or cooperative arrangements, the resources of the ocean cannot be managed effectively and utilized sustainably. And without predictable rules of conduct, states and other stakeholders will hesitate to invest in the cooperation arrangement. If there is a country that thinks there is no need or obligation for states to undertake maritime boundary delimitation, it may also be the case that once a joint development zone is established, delimitation can become easier because the economic interests are already being addressed separately through the mechanism. Private entities such as oil industry players and other non-governmental stakeholders also play an important role in carrying out joint development or other operational cooperation initiatives as binding international agreements. In some, there are many ways to be creative, and finding out what best suits the various countries' interests would be to...
Okay, thank you, delegates. Please wrap up your speech.
Interest that would seem to be a task that would could well be performed by a regional forum on operational cooperation on the South China Sea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegate. Thank you, Delegate of Myanmar. Next to speak would be coming from the Delegate of Brunei Darussalam. Your time starts whenever you speak.
Thank you for the organization chairs, and good morning, distinguished delegates. In Brunei Extent of Concerns, Brunei addresses this issue with declaring its 2-step approach concerning the UN clause while following the ASEAN Code of Conduct. Why? First, agree to uphold the freedom of navigations in and overflight above the South China Sea as provided by the universally recognized principle of international law, including UN clause. Second, to commit to resolve dispute by peaceful means and manage any disagreement related to jurisdiction over water, seabed, and airspace without resorting to a threat or use of force, and to exercise self-restraints and due to regard the right to other parties in the conduct of their activities in South China Sea. Therefore, this is a best way to better managing the South China Sea, but not offering solutions. Therefore, Brunei urged all members to support economic solution that Brunei present on the floor. Brunei believes this two-decade dispute should have better and long-term solutions. Economy is key to reinforce changes. Economy is a key to reinforce changes we all need. Thank you from Brunei and salam sejahtera to all.
Okay, thank you, Brunei Darussalam. Next to speak would be coming from the delegation of Vietnam. Delegation of Vietnam, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, this time around, Vietnam wants to propose the ways to lay strong emphasis on the COC being legally binding by proposing contracting states to be bound by the COC in full without any reservation. At the same time, Vietnam's request for the COC to be ratified by the signatory states in accordance with their respective
apologies, Delegate of Vietnam. Just a second. There has to be an echo when you are speaking. I would like to check whether there are any delegates who unmuted themselves, actually. Just a second. Yes, it's also coming from all other delegates. Apologies, but the chair would like to ask, who is Si Yun Ne? Apologies for the mispronunciation. I'm not sure if it's disrupting the voice that is coming from the delegate of Vietnam. Rapporteur, if you may please to reset back to 1 minute and 30 seconds for Vietnam to restart their time. But coming from the chair see Adam Bakhtiar is not muted. If it's possible for Adam Bakhtiar to mute yourself. Thank you, Adam. And Siu Yu Ni. Seeing none, before the delegate of Vietnam started to speak, can the chair hear from delegate of Vietnam first? Can you say a hello?
Is it still echoing?
Yes, it's still echoing. Maybe it's coming from your device.
Okay, maybe I will just pass it to my co-delegate.
Okay, yes, that would be great, Vietnam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Vietnam, you may have your floor.
Thank you, co-delegates. So this time around, Vietnam wants to propose the ways to lay a strong emphasis on the Code of Conduct being legally binding by proposing contracting state to be bound by the Code of Conduct in full without any reservation. At the same time, Vietnam's request for the Code of Conduct to be ratified by signatory states in accordance with their respective internal procedure means that Vietnam treats Code of Conduct as hard law despite its nomenclature. Notably, Vietnam also wants to make it clear that nothing in the Code of Conduct should prevent other peaceful means of dispute settlement, such as arbitration, judicial settlement, and resort to regional agencies or arrangement. This implies that Vietnam wants to keep an open legal option in dealing with China regarding both territorial and maritime dispute, as well as dispute arising from Code of Conduct implementation. This stance is proposed by Vietnam's persistent efforts in accumulating historical and legal evidence to prepare for a legal showdown, in which Vietnam will resort to international adjudication to address its grievance against China in the South China Sea, especially regarding China's forceful seizure of the parcel in 1974. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Vietnam. Okay, now moving on to the Delegate of Thailand. Delegate of Thailand, you may have your floor.
Thank you, Chair. So far as Thailand concerned, we totally agree with the Vietnam stances on the regard on the way toward the better management of the South China Sea. Instead of with thinking of any other solution of better management, we must still focus on the code of conduct that still is in progress. The code of conduct should be a binding agreement that bind all the involved parties in this dispute. Also, by the Thailand also want to stress out that all the country that ratified the UN clause should be abide by the law on the UN clause. That's all from Thailand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegation of Thailand. Moving on to the delegate of Indonesia. Your time starts whenever you speak.
Thank you, Chair. Similar to as what the delegates of Thailand has said, we Indonesia also believe that one of the ways to work for a better management in the South China Sea is through the code of conduct. Thus, Indonesia encouraged for a better monitoring and reporting mechanism of the code of conduct. This crucial provision is important for the effectiveness of the code of conduct. Yet, this mechanism is yet to be determined in the draft. Also, the mechanism is only to monitor the implementation of the code of conduct. The draft does not say what happens if a party is found to be in a violation of the code. Perhaps there should also be a clause mandating public reporting of the monitoring function, since international opprobrium would be an effective enforcement tool. With that, we, the delegates of Indonesia, yield back the time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Indonesia, but do be reminded that during the moderated caucus, there is no yielding back the time to the chair. So once you end your speech, you can just say thank you, okay? But thank you again, Delegate of Indonesia. Moving on with the delegation of Philippines, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So we, the delegates of Philippines, do believe that a betterment of managing of the South China Sea is very significant in this discussion. Despite having its own value, which cost them more than $3 trillion, we do believe that it is important for all claimants to plan a solid management of the sea. One of the ways can be seen is by involving the maritime power. It is indeed the interest of every claimant to protect whatever part of the sea which they believe is under their sovereignty. However, the maritime power should not only be vastly massive or can be so much huge that it can be discomfort for the neighbors. And we do believe that by having a maritime power, it is able to provide the absolute security on what part of the sea they believe that they have more interest to do so. Indeed, the code of conduct is important, but for now, we should focus more onto what is happening in front of us rather than something that is unknown at the future. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Philippines. Next to speak would be coming from the Delegate of the United Kingdom. United Kingdom, the time is yours.
Thank you, Chair. One of the best ways to work with the management system is by maintaining the regional peace and stability in the region, includes not only reducing the risk of conventional conflict between the nations involved, but also by reducing the risk of confrontation, escalation, misunderstanding, and unplanned skirmishes at the sea, which could arise from the use of conventional force by some claimants, such as China's use of its maritime militia. Second is the legitimate ways to manage this dispute in the South China Sea is by peaceful, means that this does not only include the negotiation but also rules based on the third-party mechanism of international courts, tribunals, and arbitration. Thus, all the claimant countries should arise all this management system discussed in the code of conduct in order to work for a better management. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of the United Kingdom. Next to speak would be coming from the Delegation of Malaysia. Delegation of Malaysia, time is yours.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the idea for a code of conduct was conceived by ASEAN in the late 1996. It arose because of the ASEAN desire to head off rising tension in the South China Sea without prompting great power competition. ASEAN countries will remember how such competition spawned the reverse Southeast Asia during the Cold War. So, we were wary of inviting United States into the region to directly balance China. We also understood how difficult it would be to settle the jumble of conflicting maritime and territorial claims in the disputed waters given their own division and paucity of power. Hence, we believe that the best strategy would be to get China to buy into the ASEAN way. Next, I would like to pass the speech to my co-delegates.
Malaysia. Is the co-delegate around?
Rapporteur, you may not pause the time as it's still going on.
Yeah. You don't
Alright,
have to
sorry,
pause the
Chair.
time.
Okay, Chair. Not that. Will do.
Delegate of Malaysia would like to yield back the time to the chair because we think that the co-delegate got disconnected. I'm sorry, Chair.
Okay, no worries, Malaysia. Thank you again, Delegate of Malaysia. Next to speak would be coming from the delegation of France. France, the time starts whenever you speak. Rapporteur, if you may please to reset the time again. Okay, France, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Now, the Delegate of France would just like to start by pointing out a few things which have been previously mentioned during this motion. First of all, France highly agrees with what Brunei and Myanmar have both mentioned regarding exercising self-restraints and having clear boundaries within the South China Sea. France feels as though that is a very good way to start a better management of the South China Sea for every nation to know and to restrain themselves when trying to claim territory or to carry out any maritime activities in the area. However, France would also like to point out that a few things which have been mentioned by many other delegates, a majority of the delegates, is that many mentioned about how the code of conduct should be used and how it should abide by the United Nations Convention Law of the Sea. These have been mentioned since the very beginning of this conference, and France believes that yes, it is. While it is true that these should be important, France feels as though it shouldn't be a very rough thing which is mentioned. It shouldn't just be name thrown into the conferences. It's time to start stating clearly what does each nation want, what does each nation feel as though is important. For example, earlier on, that is all from France. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of France. Moving on with the Delegate of China for the last speaker of this motion. Please, China, the time starts whenever you speak.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, Delegate of China.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair and distinguished delegate. Previously, US had mentioned that China disobeyed the UN clause and would also not obey the COC. First, China has obeyed the UN clause. What has been argued by the US is that they say that China claims with South China Sea with massive claims without disobeying UN clause. However, China claims the South China Sea with several pieces of evidence without any massive force, such as we claimed South China Sea with 9 dash lines and etc. Apart from this, under international law, China has the right to reject the arbitration. The main reason being is China believes that bilateral negotiation is the best way to resolve this issue instead of arbitration. Besides, China concerns about the code of conduct towards the South China Sea territorial disputes as well. China would also like to express that we would like to be a part in the drafting of the upcoming code of conduct in order to have good consensus as well as better partnership in the future with the ASEAN claimants. This is because the previous major elements in the code of conduct was solely done by the ASEAN claimants. That being said, we do agree with Myanmar as well on having a clear boundary However, we believe in the previous discussion, Malaysia had agreed with China by not wanting the interference of the United States and now they are calling out to the interference of the United States. We would like a sole clearance on this matter from Malaysia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of China. Just a second. Okay, now that marks the end on the second motion of the day, second moderated caucus of the day. The chair would like to, apologies, rapporteur. Yes, for any motions on the floor. Yes, Delegate of Brunei, you have been recognized. Please state your motion.
Thank you for the recognition, chairs. Delegation of Brunei would like to propose 15 minutes, 1.5 speaking time.
15 minutes to 90 seconds speaking
yes,
time.
90 second speaking times about the needs of the third party in dispute of South China Sea. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Brunei, that has been recognized. You may lower your hand and mute yourself. The chair can entertain 2 more delegates for motions to be added on the floor before the voting procedure. Delegates who wish to vote, apologies, delegate who wish to propose a motion, please raise your hand high and firm. Delegates, we need 2 more motions. Just to inform delegates, you can propose a motion of an unmod or a COTW if you wish. So yes, Delegate of France, you have been recognized. Please state your motion.
Delegate of France would like to propose an unmoderated caucus for the duration of 15 minutes.
15 minutes, that is in order, Delegate. 15, yes. Okay, last one, last motion. If there are any delegates who wish to propose a motion on the floor, please raise your hands high and firm. If the chair may suggest, you may propose a motion in accordance to the karmas and your study guide. Should you wish to propose your motion that has already failed on the previous rounds or committee sessions, you may propose it again, but do so as you have to rephrase your motion proposed, the topic for the motion. So delegates, yes, Delegate of Vietnam, you have been recognized. Please state your motion.
The Delegate of Vietnam would like to propose the term and condition on boundaries by claimant countries.
Okay.
The time is
yes.
10 minutes.
2
and 60 seconds.
60 seconds on the topic of
term and condition on boundaries by claimant countries.
Claimant countries.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vietnam. That is in order. Now we have 3 motions on the floor. Let's start with the most disruptive motion, which is the motion proposed by France on having a 15-minute unmoderated caucus. Those who wish to vote on the motion proposed by France, please raise your hands high and firm. We need 8 votes for an unmoderated caucus. We need all the delegates to vote upon this motion. Okay, seeing that the motion proposed by France have 9 votes, this motion passes. So before moving on to the 15-minute moderated caucus, delegates, please lower your hand. Thank you. The chair would like to remind the delegates here to please be active, and not only coming from those who turn on your camera or switch on your camera, those who also turn off their camera, please be active as well. We don't want to see any delegates on the floor to be having a rest in between sessions. So if there are any delegates who are having rest in between session, please, the co-delegate, please call upon your partner or your friends to wake up, basically. Apologies, delegates. Now moving on to the session. The chair hopes that, okay, thank you, delegates. Moving on with the proposed motion, 15 minutes. Now, the time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chair. As the Delegate of France, would just like to start by saying that we would like to find out, or we would like every country, especially Malaysia, to state once again their stance, because a lot of inconsistency has been happening over the past few sessions. And as China has mentioned, while certain countries have applauded let's say US for carrying out freedom of navigation, they have turned around and suddenly stated that they do not approve of it. So now is the time for every country to truly state what is it that what are their terms, what are their views on the freedom of navigation. Not only that, also that of navigation, also that of the negotiations which will be happening. Because as France has mentioned earlier on, ASEAN has failed to show clear diplomacy by failing to really carry out discussions with China and any other claimant countries. Would any countries like to speak on this issue? Thank you.
Can the delegate of Brunei speak on behalf of the ASEAN countries? So, in response to France during their speech in general speaking list earlier, actually Brunei had proposed a constructive solution and had come so far in the progress of resolving this matter, encompassed by the 9 dash lines. So we also had expressed that China claim toward the territory has contradict with the UN's Convention Law of the Sea and has no basis under international law. So Malaysia have never accepted the 9 dash line claim by China, even though we have kept a lower profile on the issue other than other claimants. So that is the explanation from Malaysia. We would like here to reaffirm our stand that we rejected the China claims, because you need to remember that China is the bigger investment in Malaysia. That's why we wanted to keep a good relationship with China. So but the joint statement with Vietnam reaffirmed back our country stand in rejected the claim of China for the 9 dash line. So that's it from Malaysia.
Sorry, Delegate of First Malaysia would like to interrupt. May I interrupt?
Go ahead.
Okay. I know what if you mean by inconsistent, from what aspect. So we can make it clear what is your concern first.
Okay. Good. So yesterday, Malaysia, France mentioned that inconsistency is in terms of choosing between. What France mentioned in terms of inconsistency is how Malaysia is assuming that France is claiming inconsistency as choosing between peace or war. No, France is not saying that. France is saying, firstly, Malaysia is claiming that they do not support freedom of navigation and they do not support US and all these foreign powers coming to the South Asia Sea. Therefore, they should enhance military by the ASEAN states yesterday. However, this morning, Malaysia managed to claim that freedom of navigation should be supported, and freedom of navigation should be upheld because it means that we can enforce peace without force. These are very contradicting they are inconsistent. Furthermore, like the second delegate of Malaysia mentioned just now, they claim that their stance is that they do not accept China's claims of the territory. They do not accept China's 9-dash line. However, very clearly yesterday, Malaysia mentioned that maybe ASEAN should justify China's claims. Maybe ASEAN should give China a chance to claim those areas. Therefore, this is what France and I believe China earlier on has mentioned about inconsistency. There is a lot of overlapping points in Malaysia's claims. Thank you.
Oh, okay. We are aware about that, about the China and the US. First of all, Delegate of Malaysia would like to say that we are not support the 9-dash line by China because it affected our EEZ. But furthermore, that you say that justify what the China say, we think that is the miscommunication. What we are aware when we say that we are criticized that China said the 9-dash line is not for the purpose of economy, but we say that the South China Sea is one of that might bring $5.3 billion to China if they get 70%. So that means that China, one is based on economy, that's not based on history only. After we say that, and suddenly people say, we are inconsistent and want to justify. We think that it's miscommunication because we are not justify what that China want because it will affect our economy as well. About the inviting US, also we are just stated that the US coming to South China Sea is just to stabilize the power. In aspect of realism theory, US is coming to ASEAN is to help ASEAN. Moreover, it's just to stabilize the power of China. As you can see that US and China has a lot of fight. It's not just now, it's starting from a Cold War. Does not mean we are supporting US. We just stated that US coming here is to stabilize their power because US foreign policy itself is internationalism. They want to stabilize. For example, in 2016, US involving in technology war and trade war. So this means that we are not inviting US, but just say that US is just want to stabilize their power in China. But we like to refrain that. Sorry for the miscommunication. Yes.
Vietnam would like to suggest something. Oh, before that, am I still?
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Vietnam.
Okay. Since we don't want to have military power from China or US, why don't the delegate of Vietnam suggest that we have a joint patrol system where we operate along the coastline guards with other states? Considering how China's fishing bans and maritime military are also affecting Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines as well, these countries should work hand in hand with Vietnam's suggestion, whereby initiating a joint patrol to guard our coastline. So this, with more countries guarding our place, the interference of third party like China or US will not be able to pass through if we all work together. So Vietnam would like to also suggest that this joint patrol would help in driving out the Chinese maritime militia that's operating in the waters, as well as we could manage the IUU fishing. And Vietnam would not push for a substantive or an effective COC, rather than trying to achieve a symbolic agreement within with frame, although China has given their idea on how they are going to remove the fishing ban from Vietnam. But Vietnam thinks that more than just one country is involved in this matter. I think the claimant countries should work along with this idea, so we could work this joint patrolling idea, and also this will able to negotiate parties like China, and they will most likely want to hold on to their core demands, as we know what happened in the past. So why don't we stop arguing on who is right and who's wrong, what we agreed earlier on and what we were saying on US's interference, The delegate of Vietnam would like to say that a joint patrol to guard our coastline would prevent the interference of militia.
Thank you, Vietnam. Now, while that idea is it's very clear, it's great. France would like to remind that while there is this idea, there's also the idea proposed by Brunei earlier on. Therefore, ASEAN, France urges ASEAN to clearly listen, overview, go over these proposed actions by both Brunei and Vietnam. Take a look at what is being proposed, take a look at what benefits you. And China, I do suggest that China also goes over these and try to find the better solution between these. Furthermore, while this session is coming to an end, France would just like to mention that France advises to stay away from conversation or discussions about the boundaries of the territories, because it is already clearly stated in the United Nations Convention Law of the Sea. And France believes that that is the end of the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, delegates. Thank you to those who managed to speak in the unmoderated caucus. Seeing that the time now is 11:28. The chair actually have already prepared the joint statement yesterday, reviewing to your position papers and try to include what has been proposed in the position paper in accordance to what may be suitable to be added in the joint statement. However, do be reminded that this joint statement is a form of a hybrid of MUN and MAM. So it's not really entirely in accordance to Model ASEAN Meeting or ASEAN Meeting in general, because ASEAN Meeting is more towards the formation of the clauses is lengthy, but for UN it's more based in points. So for this joint statement around, it would be both of the ways. So if the chair could actually ask the delegates, would it be okay for us to view the joint statement right now, to use this last 30 minutes of the session to review the joint statement? And we have about, as I've mentioned, 30 minutes before this the session ends at 12 p.m. Okay, should you agree with the chair's suggestion, please raise your hand to show that you are agreeing to proposal made by the chair. Seemingly that it is unanimously agreed upon by the delegates, thus the chair would like to ask the rapporteur to share the screen on our joint statement. It will be on the Google Docs that I've already shared to you, or do you want me to share the screen?
No, I'm the one who shares screen. Is that the previous 3EM?
Huh?
The previous that we did in the 3EM, right? Assembling, right?
Yes, the one that we have already prepared.
All right, let me see. Japna.
So the purpose of this joint statement, it works almost the same as the working paper of draft statement. And we see that there are a number of motions or proposals made by other delegates. Yeah. As far as I can remember, would be coming from the delegate of Myanmar on the joint development on better management, as well as joint patrol coming from the delegate of Vietnam during the UNMOD session. There are also other countries who propose such, we would say as preambulatory clauses, you know, agreeing to which reviewed COC and so on and so forth. I hope that whatever has been discussed on this session shall be added in this joint statement, but before adding or before suggesting, the chair would like to ask the delegates to read this as a whole, read the joint statement. So rapporteur, if you may please to apologies, delegates, to scroll down. Yeah, so this joint statement is on the Model ASEAN Meeting Special Summit Joint Statement on the South China Sea Dispute. So this is the first clause. We could say that this is the preambulatory clauses, the preambles. As this. We can allocate about 5 minutes to read on each pages. Apologies, 10 minutes as a whole. So once you are done with this clause, if you have really seen, yes, thank you, stop right there, yeah. If you have seen that there are no, if you are done with reading on this page and wants us to scroll down, just type X in the chat box, yeah. Delegates, the chair would like to ask, are you done with this page? If yes, please type X in the chat box, or you can show a sign of, okay. Okay, seeing Malaysia, Brunei, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, Brunei. Okay, we can move on to the next one. Singapore, yep. If you are done, you can type X in the chat box. This I put type apologies. Rapporteur, please don't move around that much. Yeah. Are you done with the recalling and recognizing the tribunal judgment in maritime seas? Those who turn on your camera, you can just like, okay, thank you, Brunei. Other delegates, are you done? Yeah, you can do this as well on the screen. Okay, if you are done, until reaffirming, is everyone done with the reaffirming? Okay, great. Now let's move on to the believing and hereby to decide. So there are two things that the chair has distinguished, which is the upper part before hereby decide to is the preambles clauses, and the lower part under this hereby decide to would be the operation clauses, to which the chair have done, I would say, our best into merging all of the possible solutions that has been proposed by other delegates here, 15 delegates here, from their position paper into this operational clauses. And as you can see here, maybe we can scroll down a bit, Fadil. Atas sikit. Hereby decide to, yeah, yes, okay. You can read from clause 1 to 6. Once you're done, you can just type X in the chat box. The chair believes that the delegates here will notice like your solutions proposed. Those who wrote their solutions would notice like the solutions to be added in the operational clauses. But those who did not, the chair would like to just inform that maybe the solution that is given is more towards the preambles, to which the chair did add on the upper part of this joint statement. Okay, seeing that there are delegates who are done with this, let's move on from point 7 to point 10. above sikit? Okay. All right. Again, delegates, once you are done with reading the clauses, you can just type X in the chat. All right, coming from the Delegate of Thailand, how about the rest? Brunei, Philippines, Cambodia, Myanmar, Vietnam, Singapore, UK. All right, seeing that the chair would take up with the discretion that most of the delegates here have already read for these clauses. Let's move on to the next one. Nice, okay. And the chair noticed that there are delegates who also propose solutions on the economic perspective, which the chair would like to applaud on that manner, because not only that SES is disrupted in terms of the territorial dispute, but they also can affect on a different perspective, which there are numbers of delegates who see this on the economic sector. It would be starting from point number 14 to point number 16. If you're done with point number 11, please type X in the chat box so that we can scroll down a bit. Okay, so we can scroll down a bit. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Fadil. Okay, if you are done, please type X in the chat box, everyone. All right, so basically this is what it looked like, the hybrid version of joint statement in accordance to MUN and MAM, but this shall differ for different MUNs that you will be joining. This is what I've learned from my previous MUN, and I just tried to implement what I've learned in this council. So this is how it's supposed to look like, a joint statement that all of the delegates here will or will not agree upon. Understanding that this topic is quite controversial for other countries as well. There may be some clauses that the countries agree or the countries disagree, which is coming from you guys. Maybe you can scroll, yeah. So it just ended with adopted on 3rd of April, which is today, and so on and so forth. Okay, what we're going to do here, delegates, is after reviewing this, the chair actually wants the delegate to see clause by clause, understanding that this is some sort of working paper, but it is a joint statement. The chair is expecting not only an amendment to be made in terms of grammatical errors or the change of clauses, the movement of clauses, so on and so forth, but the chair is also expecting the delegates to be able to amend, i.e. adding or deleting clauses. What does that mean would be, could you scroll down at the end of the page, Fadil, please? Above a bit. Okay, stop right there. All right, as you can see on clause number 13 and clause number 14, apologies, clause number 12, Fadil. Just slightly above. Okay, great. There is one delegation who proposed in strengthening maritime capabilities, but there is also one in suggesting on the prohibition of military activities. This does seem that in a way it might be having the same, terms of understanding, but it goes on two different ways. So what the chair would like to see is how the delegates here can propose an amendment to either add or delete points, The delegates here can also ask for clarification from other delegates here on who proposed this clause in their position paper. and what to add. So if, for example, you agree on clause number 14, you may add up elaboration should you think is necessary, because that's how Model ASEAN Meeting works. But should the delegates here agree as a whole that it does not need to be add any amendments, then we can just keep it as it is. But once the delegates agree on this clause, which this clause basically pass. But overall, the joint statement needs to be agreeable for all the delegates here on the floor. Should one of the delegates disagree, understanding that there will be several points or clauses that is not in accordance to the country's stances, then technically this joint statement fails. But worry not, delegates. You may read through these clauses. Yes, Brunei?
Point of clarification, chairs.
Yes.
Chairs going to share this document in the WhatsApp group, or we just can view it?
Okay, just a second. Let me try to get the link, but we have to make sure that this should not be made for editing for the delegates. But I believe we can share the link, right?
I think we can send a PDF file for them. What do you think?
PDF.
Yeah, so they can read it truly.
Yeah, I've already saved the PDF. Would the delegates want a PDF version of this one?
Sorry, Chair, but if it is in PDF, we can't see the new updated version of it, right?
Yes.
No,
Just
but
share the link, then change the update to view only.
Yes.
all right.
Thank you, Brunei and Thailand. Let us check. Okay, restricted, only people edit can open this link. Adil, could you open the share button? Click the share button. Where is the share? Okay. But can you see like the link below there? Change to, who is the, okay, just the viewer, don't change to anything. Okay, keep it to view, copy and paste it in the chat box here. Zoom chat box. Thank you. I can do that, but apologies.
Okay.
Okay, so we only have like 15 more minutes for before the session ends. The chair would actually like to suggest to the delegates to maybe open an unmoderated caucus to discuss fully of the statement instead of going one clauses to one. Maybe there are delegates here. This is what the chair has gathered actually in this in the position paper. If the delegates here would like to add more points, such as points proposed by the delegate of Vietnam just now, which is for a joint patrol, you may also do so in suggesting that for the during the unmod caucus. So if the chair may suggest, this chair would like to open up for a 7-minute unmoderated caucus. So are there any delegates who wish to propose a motion? Delegates, are you here with us? The chair is looking for a specific motion. Thank you, Vietnam. Yes, Vietnam, you have been recognized.
The delegate of Vietnam would like to propose a motion on unmoderated caucus for 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Vietnam. That is in order. Rapporteur, if you may please time it on the Moon coordinated. Yes, for 7 minutes. 7 minute chair, delegate. Rapporteur, astaghfirullah, apologies, delegates. Yes, 7 minutes starts now. You may start now. Oh, yeah. Apologies. Does other delegates agree with the motion proposed by Vietnam to have an unmod caucus for 7 minutes? If you agree, please raise your hands. Seemingly it is unanimously agreed upon. Thus, the unmod caucus for 7 minutes shall start now. On discussing, no, there's no discussion, but you guys can review on the joint statement as suggested by the chair. Rapporteur, you can click start.
Is it start when the delegate starts to speaking or not?
It should start now, so the
All
delegates
right.
can speak.
All right, delegates in 3. All right, in 3, 2, 1, now.
Okay, you can share the screen, Fadil. I mean, just for. Okay. For this one, since that the chair has to say, apologies, the chair has the access for the joint statement. Thus, if anyone wishes to add or to discuss, just put it, raise your hand, or you can start speaking. You can start unmute yourself and go clause by clause or so on and so forth. So if the delegate of Vietnam would like to moderate the session.
Oh, yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So as per mentioned in the previous unmoderated caucus, the delegate of Vietnam would like to re-emphasize on the suggestion whereby the claimant countries and all ASEAN members to agree upon and to support the idea of joint patrol. And it would be great if we could add it in our solution.
Okay. Apologies, delegate. May the chair interrupt? Okay. Should the Vietnam wishes to propose that to be added, the chair can help in adding that. And once it has been added, then you guys can debate on that. So it would look like if rapporteur can scroll to the lower part. Yes. Vietnam shall craft the word by using either encourage, suggest, contribute, following at how it looks like, concentrate, call for something, suggest. If the delegate of Vietnam can write on the chat box on the proposed clause, then the chair can just copy paste on that. And the chair would write it like this. Yes. So the clause will be added on this. Second. While waiting for a delegate of Vietnam, the other delegates can read through other clauses as well. The chair is seeing a raise hand by the delegate of France. Delegate of France, do you have anything? Okay. It's okay. No worries, France. Yes, delegate of China.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we do believe that China has already ratified the UN clause in the year 15 May 1996, but as well, it is stated in the joint statement that US as well as China need to ratify the UN clause.
Okay, it will be on clause number 7 if the chair got it correctly.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so China, what are you suggesting? Do you suggest to delete the whole clause, or do you suggest to delete the name China?
We suggest to delete the name China since United States is encouraged and demanded to ratify the UN clause.
Okay, thank you, delegate. That is in order. Let me just.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, is it the whole clause or just the word of China?
China.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So this will look like this. The color will look like, wait a second. We should change color. But for this suggestion, we may put on hold first before debating on this matter, but thank you, China, for suggesting. I believe Vietnam as well had added on, encouraged the idea of, all right, let me copy paste that. So this will be a new clause added by Vietnam. For this one as well, you can debate on it later. So this is how it looks like. Okay, I can see the delegate of Thailand.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of Thailand would like to ask clarification for the clause number 13 from the signature from the delegate who contributed that solution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. So delegates on the floor, yes, delegates on the floor, who proposed this motion? Sorry, who proposed this clause? Suggests on prohibition of military activities in South China Sea region. If apologies. If the US can recall, if the chair can recall, the chair believe that this would be coming from the delegate of the United States, coming from the position paper from the United States, seemingly that the United States currently is having co-curriculum. Please bear in mind, Thailand, that they are having co-curriculum, so they are unable to give explanation. Again, the chair would like to ask, are there any other amendments to be made on the floor? Yes, there is two coming from Brunei and France. Thailand, if you wish to suggest an amendment for the clauses as well, you may do so, raise your hands, specifically if you wish to amend clause number 13, as you have mentioned just now. Okay, let's entertain the delegate of Brunei first. Brunei.
Thank you so much, Chair. In regards to clause 13, right, the Brunei had the same inquiry regarding to that matter. But looking at the wording of the clause 13, it's almost sounded similar to clause 11 that was recommended or proposed by the Brunei. So we suggest that maybe the clause 13 is not necessary to put because the purpose of that clause 13 has been stipulated in clause 11, which is the objective is basically to prohibit any military activities because China would willingly to give up and no longer have any jurisdiction to carry out any activities. Therefore, we recommend or we propose the CETO implementation.
Okay, just to get clarification from Brunei, if the chair got it correctly, do you suggest to delete clause 13?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Brunei. That is in order. Yeah, you may lower your hand. Delegate of France.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of France would actually like to ask for clarification on the term military activities, which is mentioned in both number 13 and number 3.
Okay, so clause number 13, yeah. You would like to ask the delegate who proposed this motion?
France would like to know what is the definition of military activities.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of France. However, it is already mentioned that we believe that the Delegate of the United States proposed this motion.
How about motion number 3?
Motion number 3, yes.
Military activities is also mentioned here.
Okay, for this one, delegates who proposed this motion, which is encouraging the governments on seizing all forms of military activities and other hostile activities by the relevant parties in the disputed region, please clarify this clause. The chair believes that this is coming from the delegate of Indonesia.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Would it be possible for delegate of Indonesia to clarify on what is the term mentioned by military activities here, as what has been asked by France?
Concerning the term of military activities, Indonesia refers to this phrase as unsolicited and non-routine military activities.
Apologies, Delegate. Would you, the chair would like to ask the Delegate of Indonesia, would you like to add a few terms after this military activities just to give clarification? Or...
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
So the delegates of Indonesia would request the addition of the word unsolicited and non-routine.
And non-routine. If the Delegate of Indonesia may be able to write down on the chat box, it will be helpful for the chair and the rapporteur to amend as it is. Would it be possible, Indonesia, to write in the chat box? Okay, thank you. Non-routine. So just a second, Myanmar. So Delegate of France, Indonesia did clarify on what is the term of military activities in which the government of Indonesia proposed on adding the word unsolicited and non-routine after the word military activities. Maybe France can read through first, and if there is any more clarification coming from a delegate of France, you may do so after this. Okay, before going on with this one, Myanmar, what is your suggestion for amendments?
Myanmar would like to suggest to add the word for clause number 8, which we believe is from our position paper, to add the word for mutual gain, because we want to make sure that every claimant realize it's just not going to benefit the for example, like China. We want everyone to know that from by adapting this what do you call it, solution, is for them, for everyone. It's not just for one country or things like that.
Thank you, Myanmar. If the chair may ask, on which part would you like to add?
Concentrate on scientific discovery for mutual gain at the end of the sentence.
So it will be adding Is this correct?
Yes,
Myanmar?
it's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Myanmar. Are there any more amendments on the floor? Okay, apologies, delegates. The chair believes that the time has elapsed for the unmoderated caucus. Rapporteur, would you please to check on the time on the non-coordinated? It has elapsed 5 minutes. Apologies, delegates. Not to worry. On the next session, we will again share upon the joint statement.
All right, we shall begin the session now. Delegates, you are allowed to open up your cameras. Now we shall move into roll calling, where we will see the status of the current delegates who are in action for now. Rapporteur, could you please go to the roll call list?
Yes, sure. Wait a minute, Chair.
All right, so let's begin one by one. Delegate Australia, are you present? Delegates of Australia is not present, not in the list. Okay. We skip to Delegate of China. Delegate of China, are you present?
Present, Chair.
Noted there, Delegate. Delegate of United Kingdom.
Present.
Noted there, Delegate. Delegate of France. Delegate of France. Once again, the chair is calling for Delegate of France. I see the name in the list. We shall reconfirm the status later on. So for
Apologies,
now,
Chair.
yes.
Apologies.
They have state present in the chat.
Oh yeah. Okay.
On the chat
Yes.
box.
All right. So France is present. Delegate of United States. Delegate of United States is not in the list. So so the chair would assume that they are not present. Delegate of Brunei.
Delegation of Brunei is present.
Noted their delegate. Delegate of Cambodia.
Present, Chair.
Thank you, delegate. Yeah. Delegate of Indonesia.
Present, Chair.
Noted their delegate. Delegate of Laos.
Present, Chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Malaysia.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Myanmar.
Present, Chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Philippines.
Present,
Noted
Chair.
there, delegate. Delegate of Singapore.
Present, Chair.
Thank you. Delegate of Thailand.
Present, Chair.
Thank you, delegates. And finally, Delegate of Vietnam.
Present, Chair.
That is in order, delegate. And now we shall move into
Chair,
under the, yes, delegate.
Delegate of US present are present.
Okay, noted there, delegate.
Right.
Now we shall move to the next session, in which under the chair's discretion would like to see if the delegates would open up an unmod session. Should the delegates want to open up an unmod for about 15 to 20 minutes, they may do so by raising up their hand. Are there any delegates on the floor who are willing? Yes, Delegate of Vietnam, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The Delegate of Vietnam would like to raise a motion on unmoderate caucus for 15 minutes.
Okay, now we shall move to the voting procedure, whether or not this motion passes. Delegates, you may raise your hand to agree with this motion. This motion clearly passes with a simple majority. All right, delegates, you may begin when you start speaking.
Okay, so the Delegate of Vietnam would like to make a slight amendment in the grammar for the suggested clause number 17. Chair, would it be okay? Sorry, thank you. Instead of operations, it should be operation. Sorry for the mistake just now.
Delegates, the time is still running. You may discuss one another regarding the clauses, whether you agree or disagree, or would you like to make certain changes to them?
Sorry, Chair, may I interrupt?
Yeah, you can go first.
First of all, I would like to seek for apology because just now my internet connection was slow, and there was someone raised that who was the one who suggested on the number 13 the prohibition of military actions. Actually, that is suggested by the delegates of United Kingdom.
The Delegate of Thailand would like to interrupt. Sorry, but could United Kingdom repeat whether they have proposed the clause number 13?
Yes, the delegates of United Kingdom proposed the clause number 13.
The delegate of Myanmar here. Okay. I have Myanmar has a question regarding the clause number 12, because yesterday we were all discussing on the suggestions to decrease the militarization at the South China Sea. So could the delegate who proposed the solution explain a bit, because the way Myanmar sees it, we think that by strengthening the maritime capabilities at the South China Sea, it will actually increase the tension among countries. So it will be great if the delegate who proposed the solution explain more on that. Thank you.
Yes, there's Delegate of Malaysia. So Delegate of Malaysia would like to clarify the difference between the Clause 12 between Clause 30. So the target to strengthen the maritime capability is actually among ASEAN members. As you know that the 13 March, if I'm not mistaken, if we are not mistaken, that the Philippines is attacked by some of terrorists in their sea. And Malaysia also in 2019 is attacked by other countries for our company in Petronas. So we are concerned about the strong military in ASEAN because we know that there is a lot of military activity has been done in South China Sea. So we are suggesting all the ASEAN countries to strengthen their maritime capability to avoid any threat that might affect our citizen as well, the one who going to catch a fish or anything, doing their economy in the sea. So the strengthened maritime capability is actually among the ASEAN members. Thank you for the Delegate of Myanmar. Maybe we can add suggestions on strengthened maritime capability among ASEAN members to make sure the ASEAN security is enough, even there are threats from outside. And what is the difference between the Clause 12 and Clause 13? The Clause 12 is among the ASEAN members to strengthen their maritime capability, while the 13 is to prohibit any military activities in South China Sea among the foreign countries in ASEAN. As you know that nowadays China is also good their military activity in Philippines, and also in last tonight, in 6 months. So the UK and the Australia also has sent a 10 ship war in South China Sea. So that is what the difference. The 13 is for the foreign country. Am I clear?
Yeah, very clear. But I think because I was a bit like misunderstood what the clause trying to what's the clause is about. And after you like explain, I think I can understand on that. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Apologies
so
to
the Delegate of
interview.
Malaysia will. Okay, Alia.
Okay. Apologies, delegates. If the chair may suggest, if you wish to get a more definitive clarification on each clauses, you may do so by amending to add more clauses. Apologies, to add more sentences. Should Myanmar suggest to Malaysia to give more elaboration on
May
certain parts.
Yes, actually I think that would be great because I think Malaysia should add more, elaborate more on that.
Yeah, Malaysia Malaysia think maybe we can add targets on strengthening military capability among ASEAN members. We are really thankful for the Myanmar concern because it's quite unaware because what is the strengthening military capability. So Malaysia would like to add words among ASEAN members after the capabilities. Is that okay?
That's great. But I have another. Maybe you can also because before you were focusing on, you said the course is more focusing on the countries for each country to strengthen their maritime capabilities. So I think if you could add that and also Asian if you want to, it will be more detailed for me.
Yes. Among ASEAN country. Among ASEAN country, you want Myanmar want to add.
Delegate of Thailand would like to suggest
please be in quorum, delegates, to notice who wish to speak and who wish to amend, so that it will be clear. Don't just go on debating on not in a form manner. That way it will be easier for us to take into account on which to suggest the amendments and so on and so forth. Coming from the chairs, Malaysia would like to suggest some amendments just now, as well as Thailand and France. Do be so to do it in order so that we can get in a clearer manner. And don't forget to address other delegates and yourself as well on why you wanted to take the floor for a while and suggest something. That is all coming from chairs. Back to you, delegates.
Before amending, before we go to the amendment, amendment suggestion, first would like to ask clarification from United Kingdom on clause 13. As United Kingdom suggested that, proposed that clause. The definition of military activity, is it as the same as what has been mentioned by Indonesia, that is limited to unsolicited and non-routine military activities in the clause 13. And also, France would like to ask Malaysia, as Malaysia mentioned on the differentiation between clause 12 and 13, and does the activity of passing through the disputed sea, using military vessels, include in the prohibition of military activities? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Fran. As you know that you go first. Okay. So, as for your information, Malaysia is a place that does not allow the nuclear. ASEAN is a place that does not allow nuclear to come into the region because it might affect us as well. But as you know that Malacca Strait is an international place, so that everyone can go through. And in South China Sea, in 200 Nautica, is our place. It's a Malaysia place, and even in 200 Nautica from Philippines, it's Philippine place. But if there is exceed the 200 Nautica, that means it's international place. So we think that if passing through our sea is our right too. So yeah, it's not the military activities. What we state by the military activity is more to when you come and make a nuclear, or you come send a lot of troops to practice or to such activities. But if you want to go past our sea, it's not big problem because this is our world. So that's all from Malaysia, but we are not agree for the any military activity because it might affect us.
Delegate of Thailand would like to suggest to combine clause 12 and 13 as they almost have the same meaning. Is that the only difference is that the specification of the region we are covering in clause 13. So as Malaysia said, they said want to add about global, right? So it's better if we could combine those two clause 12 and 13 together and add global in that case. Thank
But
you.
sorry, Delegate of Thailand, but Malaysia does not agree what the Thailand has said, because the Sagas on military capability, just like what Myanmar has said, is among the ASEAN. So, Chair, Delegate of Malaysia would like to suggest to add words among ASEAN after maritime capability in Clause 12.
Okay, so the delegate of the UK want to answer their friends first. For example, yes, the definition is the same as the Malaysia for our suggestion. And the reason why the delegates of UK, United Kingdom had proposed this solution is because the military drills in the South China Sea are controversial in this region. Previously, the United States military has repeatedly deployed strategic weapon platforms, including aircraft carrier strike groups to the South China Sea in the year of 2020. So this action or solution purpose can be designed as a military plan to resolve the dispute in the South China Sea.
Okay, thank you.
That is why we...
Can the Delegate of Vietnam add on to something? Apologies to interrupt. But as we are discussing on clause 12 and 13, both are both are related to maritime and also our defense category. The Delegate of Vietnam would like to know how are we going to do this, and which country suggested clause number 10, because it kind of clashes with what we are trying to finalize here, right? Because clause number 10 says, suggest on finalizing, reinforcing, and implementing the code of conduct to which COC process shall align with the implementation of DOC with the presence of China. So the Delegate of Vietnam would like to hear a clarification from the country that suggested that clause, please.
Apologies, interference coming from the chair. The chair believes that Brunei did mention that they suggested on clause number 10. That is all coming from the chair. So maybe you guys can start discussing on that.
If the Delegate of China may interrupt before Brunei takes the floor. The Delegate of China has some concerns regarding the 12th clause, which is suggesting on strengthening the maritime capabilities among ASEAN countries. So China sort of does not agree with it, but it does propose of suggesting a joint militarization among China and ASEAN countries to safeguard the CSC, such as a vessel trade. So China would like to hear the opinions regarding the suggestions that is kept by China from Myanmar, especially since Myanmar proposed on a joint militarization. Thank you.
Sorry, Myanmar proposed
on the joint militarization among ASEAN countries. So China proposes for a joint militarization among China as well as ASEAN countries,
All right,
not just
delegates,
ASEAN
please
countries.
wrap up. All right. Are there any delegates on the floor who are willing to add on another 5 minutes for the unmod session? Yes, Delegate of China, you're recognized.
Delegate of China would like to motion for a continuous session of the unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes.
All right, that is in order, delegates. Yes, you may begin now.
So is Myanmar clear with the question?
Sorry, can you elaborate more? Because actually we're just trying to help Malaysia to elaborate more, to explain, to understand what Malaysia is trying to convey in that cause. So for China to think that Myanmar is the one who proposed that motion, proposed that among Asian is quite um I hope that you can explain more on that.
Okay, it's like this. 12th clause says that suggesting on strengthening the maritime capabilities to enhancing the maritime defense in line with the flagship defense white paper. And Malaysia has amended and added on saying that among ASEAN countries only. And Myanmar said, I believe Myanmar agreed on this, if I'm not mistaken, if you are not mistaken. And what China is trying to propose is that not just among ASEAN countries, but the strengthening of maritime capabilities in joint hands with the China and ASEAN countries.
Sorry.
Anna, mind if I interrupt?
Yes, okay, may do so.
Well, the clause 9 also says that is a joint development on hydrocarbon resources, marine scientific research, and marine environmental protection and fishery cooperation among ASEAN claimants and China. So would it be possible if China, if you would wish to collaborate in the joint development of maritime, is it possible to combine this idea with clause number 9?
Are you suggesting as in join clause number 9 and 12, or
if it's agreeable, stated by the country, because in clause 12 it's only stated among ASEAN members, but then in clause number 9 it is stated it is kind of related. Yes, thank you, Chair. I think we could merge. That's the word. We could merge these ideas if the countries agree, if the ASEAN countries agree. The one that suggested number 9, China.
Sorry.
May Malaysia interrupt first?
Yes, go on.
So, if you want to combine and merge clause 9 and 12, Malaysia think it's not the same thing, because this strength maritime and marine environmental protection, fishery cooperation is two different things. And next, the suggestion by the China want to add and China, Malaysia think is not a good thing for the ASEAN, because we are aware the Cold War 2.0 between China and US, and this involving maritime capability, which is also as a army, it's not something good for ASEAN as a neutral country, who is most of ASEAN is non-alignment movement members. So because the maritime is just like a big thing in security of country. So if we combine our work to strengthen maritime in capability, it's like ASEAN is biased in China. So it's more better between the ASEAN country only, which is we are use this as a platform to strengthen our maritime capability, because there are also a threat from another country, including China also. So that's all for Malaysia. Maybe other delegates can interrupt and suggesting a more better idea. Thank you.
May
My apologies.
may the delegate of China just mention something regarding the Malaysia's answer?
Right, go ahead, China.
Thank you. Regarding the answer given by Malaysia, which is to just having to enhancing the ASEAN military power, China does not feel safe as well, because China is also claiming South China Sea. And despite that, we are still willing to join our forces with ASEAN in ordering to, strengthening the maritime capabilities. So saying that ASEAN countries do not trust China, and ASEAN countries believe that it is better to keep their strengths and their power between the ASEAN countries, China does not feel that it is fair. So,
what would be the core demands of China?
sorry,
maybe others ASEAN country can.
I just would like to clarify first to China, and Myanmar will only agree with the clause number 12 if it's what Malaysia said before, if it's only for each country to strengthen their maritime power, not for the whole I mean, like, we only agree to the clause if it is to protect their own country. So I don't think that if we are going to strengthen the power for the whole, which is could like bring intervention and interference in regional affairs, I don't think we can agree with that.
Delegate of China, do you have anything to add on?
I believe the time has elapsed.
Sorry there, delegates. The time has elapsed for now, but we should stop for about 1 minute in terms of Azan prayer. Okay, delegates, we resume the session. For now, let us go to the joint statement in which if there are any delegates who would like to make any amendments or clarifications on the floor, you may raise your hands in doing so. Are there any delegates who wish to make any amendments?
Apologies. Okay, Chair. China. Apologies.
It's okay, Chair. Go ahead.
Okay, just a quick mentioning that if you wish to do amendments, it can be do so like what you, I've heard there are certain delegates coming from Thailand and Vietnam to suggest on merging certain clauses that can be done as well. For this time around, we can entertain your amendments, your suggestion of amendments, but we are not going to debate on the amendments first. So if you wish to suggest an amendments to adding clauses, deleting clauses, merging clauses, amending the words, grammatical errors, so on and so forth, you may do so by suggesting right now. The chair, Muhaimin, will accommodate with your suggestion by trying to mediate the session, understanding that this can only be attended by the chairs. So going back to you, Muhaimin.
Thank you, Chair. All right. So yeah, once again, are there any amendments or clarifications from the delegates on the floor?
Points of parliamentary inquiry, please. Okay.
Of Vietnam.
Like as for now, this is going to be conducted like what we did at the very first session, right? So it would, how do we pass this to another delegate and how do we move on from here? Like if we were to make an amendment, do we type in the chat box or like how, are we allowed to discuss?
Chair?
Yeah. Yes, Rapporteur.
Okay, Chair, just explain. Okay, thank you, Chair. No need. Thank you.
Apologies, delegates. So just to clarify, for this time around, we will do as how previously we have already done. to recognize all of the amendments suggested by all of the delegates here on this council, to which, for example, if you wish to suggest on merging, we will write that down that is being proposed or suggested by these countries. But in terms of getting the debate on forward, it would be best for us to do it after we have already acknowledged other suggestions of amendments on the floor. Coming from that as well, if you wish, as what have been mentioned by my co-chair here, if you wish to give clarification on why you suggested on that manner, you may do so elaborating it in a brief and concise statement. Is that clear, Vietnam?
Yes, Chair, it's clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, co-chair.
Thank you, Chair. Also, to reiterate, if you have any certain clauses that you feel like as if it's better for you to explain it through the chat box, you may do so as well, as the chair will recognize the clauses one by one presented by the delegates, either if you want to unmute your mic or if you want to, yes, just like that. What the repertoire has. So are there any delegates who wish to add clauses or make amendments or requires clarifications on certain types of clauses? Yes, Delegate of Thailand.
Delegate of Thailand wish to make some amendment on the clause number 13.
Number 13.
Prohibition. Thailand wants to suggest to change the prohibition to become a limitation of military activity.
France seconds this.
That's all from Thailand.
Thank you, Delegate of Thailand. Yes, Delegate of United States.
Sorry for being late for our discussion toward the joint statement. So first of all, delegation of United States want to clarification towards for the article for number 1, encourage the ASEAN member states and dialogue partners to construct regional cooperation agreement on the South China Sea dispute. So basically, we want to clarify on that things, which is the regional cooperation agreement in terms of what? That is first one. And then second one, which is the number 4 itself. Encourage the adoption and ratification of the code of conduct by all the ASEAN member states and relevant parties. We believe that in terms of relevant parties is not clear. Why it is not just mentioned with China or certain parties that basically importance in order to ratify code of conduct itself. We believe that once it not clear for us, so it will be some sort of like excuses towards the certain parties to avoid to ratify it. That's it. Thank you.
Malaysia second this.
Okay,
Sorry,
understood. The United.
delegates.
Yes, rapporteur.
Just would like to remind that as for now, if you feel like you disagree, you can amend the proposal. You can propose an amendment or add the clause. But in terms of clarification, we can do it in the end of the session, not right now. As for now, we are focusing to in the substance of the joint statement.
Yes, and to add on what our rapporteur has mentioned, it is clear that the United States disagree on clause number 4 and number 1. I mean, you wanted to get clarification for that manner, but if you would like to suggest for an amendment, for example, to change the relevant parties, you can do so by saying the delegate of US would like to suggest on replacing the word relevant parties with your suggested amendment. That way it would be clear for us to debate on the future. Your clarification can also be echoed again on the next sessions. But as for now, if you wish to make an amendment, you may do so by unmuting yourself or suggesting it on the floor. If the chair asks you to type it in the chat box or you wanted to initiatively writing it down on the chat box, you may do so as well, but do inform the chair so that we will be updated. Yeah, that's coming from me. Any more amendments? Any more delegates who wishes to make an amendments on the
Delegate
clauses?
of China would
Yes.
like to make an amendment, Chair.
Apologies, Vietnam. Let's go with China first, then after this would be you. Okay. Yes, China.
Thank you, Chair. Adhering to the international law and legislations, such as the judicial decision or the result of the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal, such as the result of the South China Sea arbitration.
Apologies,
China would like to.
Which clause are you referring to?
It's not a clause actually.
Okay. Okay. What were you suggesting?
China would like to suggest that to change to adhering to the international law and legislations such as the UN clause.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
So would you want to delete the judicial decision with UNCLOS 1982?
Yes. No, we are actually, I'm sorry. China would like to repeat myself again. Regarding the judicial decision or the result of the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal only. So we would like to replace that with the UN clause, the international law and the UN clause.
International law. Change whole this, the one that I highlighted.
Sorry for interrupt, Chair.
Yes.
Rapporteur would like to give an information for foreign powers countries. Just because you are dialogue partner, it doesn't mean that you are not able to make an amendment. You are able to make an amendments. You may propose many amendments that you want, because this statement will be bound by all parties in here. So it's not only limited for ASEAN countries, but for foreign powers countries. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rapporteur. Apologies, Delegate of China. You mean to cut off here, starting from legislation to tribunal to change to UNCLOS 1982. Am I correct?
Yes, and the whole arbitration part until such as the result of the South China Sea arbitration.
So, okay, you hold that one. Let me try and edit first for a while. Apologies. Replace. I can see that a number of delegates have already stated their amendments. Just a second, delegates. Is this clear, China?
Yes, Chair. And we do have another amendment, Chair.
Yes. Please do so, stating it, China.
Clause number 12.
All right.
Suggesting the strengthening maritime capabilities, we would like to suggest and amend that China would also be included among with the ASEAN countries as well.
So may I know what China is suggesting?
Suggest on strengthening maritime capabilities, not just among ASEAN, but as well as among China.
So would the replacement would be among China and ASEAN member states?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Just a second. Sorry, my typing is too strong. China. This one. Okay, seemingly that the chair has recognized Vietnam. Vietnam, may you state your amendments on the floor?
The delegate of China has quite stated it, but coming back from the unmarked caucus just now, we're quite unsure if the delegate of Malaysia is confused or so with the discussion earlier on. But the delegate of Myanmar would like to ask if it's possible.
Apologies, delegate of Vietnam.
Right, sorry. So
yes.
The delegate of Vietnam.
You would like to ask for clarification, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. On apologies, Vietnam, but for asking the clarification, the chair believed that it can be hold on the next session where we will discuss this joint statement as a whole. So the chair would like to ask, is there any amendments on the floor that Vietnam would like to propose on any other clauses?
For clause number 12 and clause number 9, if we could merge clause number 9 and clause number 12 together, since we could work with them with China's maritime capabilities, as we know they have the biggest military power, and if we could combine clause number 9 and conduct a joint development as a whole, it would be a more comprehensive and more how to say.
Okay, understood. It has been updated on clause number 9, which you have suggested on merging with clause number 12. Thank you. That is in order, Delegate of Vietnam.
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry for that. But there are some amendments in the chat box, starting from Delegation of
Yeah.
United States.
Sure.
Towards Article 4. Yes.
Yes, I guess we can follow in this order, which is United States, Thailand, France. Then we can move on with Delegate of Brunei Darussalam. Would it be able for Brunei Darussalam to state your amendments on the chat box in order? Okay, coming.
Calling up for Delegate of United States for the proposed amendment. Delegate of United States, are you there?
Yes, Chair. So Delegate of United States want to propose amendment to change the words, the terms of relevant parties to the China.
Thank you, Delegate. That is in order.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Coming next would be Delegate of Thailand.
So the Delegate of Thailand would like to replace the word contribute in clause number 14 to encourage for a clearer statement for all.
Okay.
That's
Thank you,
all,
Delegate.
Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. That is in order. Next would be Delegate of France.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of France would like to Delegate of France would like to request that clause number 3 is deleted completely.
Okay, just a second. Okay, thank you, France. That is in order. Next would be for Delegate of Brunei Darussalam.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We humbly request to amend on paragraph adhering page 1 that was in a prior amended by China. We would like to kindly suggest amended that the word of UNC clause and to erase legislation is to be amended to have it like instead of to the international law and the UNC clause, we would suggest to amend it to the UNC clause and any legislations such as judicial decision or the result of international court or arbitrary tribunal.
Okay, apologies, Delegate. Would you be able to type down on your suggested amendment for it to be clearer?
Right, sure.
Okay, thank you, Brunei Darussalam. Any other delegates who wish, while waiting for Brunei to type down her suggestion? Yes, the United States. Apologies.
Delegate of United States want to propose amendment to delete clause number 7.
Delete all at once, Delegate?
Yes.
Clause number 7.
Thank you, Delegate. That is in order.
Yes, Delegate of Australia. Oh, sorry, Chair.
It's okay. Apologies to Chair. Yes, Delegate.
And the Delegate of Australia would like to amend clause number 2 to delete the FNOPS, as we haven't really covered the issue of freedom of navigation during our moderated caucus. So just leave the COC there.
Understood, Delegate. Thank you. That is in order. Okay.
Amended phrase from
Brunei. Hearing to UNCLOS. Okay. Okay, you wish to move the word legislation after UNCLOS 1982. Correct?
in page 1,
No,
the repertoire.
We try to amend that we want to sustain the words, amend what China has amended earlier.
Sorry, Delegate of Brunei, but which clause?
It's the
It's
preamble.
in page one of the joint statement on the wordings of adhering.
This one?
Adhering to the
Yes,
international law, yes.
All right. Thank you, Delegate of Brunei. We will take note on that.
Any other delegates who wish to add more amendments? Seeing that there is no more,
United States raised.
we shall go accordingly from the.
Apologies, Chair.
Yes,
United States
yes,
raised his hand.
Yes, Chair.
POI, Chair. After this session for amendment, whether we can amend after this or not?
Yes, it is still possible to amend.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we still have more time to do amendments as well. Apologies, just a second. Apologies, calling for rapporteur.
Yes, Chair.
Have you edited the part suggested by Brunei, or we should?
All right.
Okay.
Brunei
I think we can add. I think we can do it like this, right?
Amend wording suggested by
replace full clause with. Okay, I think we can do it like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adhering to the clause.
No. Replace full clause. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you, rapporteur. Change the color. Blue would be nice. All right.
So for now, seeing that there is no amendments on the floor, let us go through each amended clauses one by one for either further clarification or agreement. Is that right, Chair?
Yes. So for this time around, what you can do is we can go from clauses to see which amendments shall fit to your country stances. Should you agree, you may do so agreeing to which amendments have been suggested. Should you agree for such amendment, you can state the reason why. But again, the chair would like to remind the agreements should be in a concerted manner, which each and every one of you need to find a consensus. All right, you can't because this is basically the joint statement that is agreed upon by the whole delegates. But should there are still debates occurring, we shall proceed with amending on other parts as well. But let's move on the first part, which is adhering. Co-chair.
Right, Chair. So the first amendment that was made by China and also Brunei was the adhering to the international law and legislation, such as the judicial decision or the result of the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal will be replaced with UNCLOS 1982 from China, and such as the result of the South China Sea arbitration. However, provided by Brunei's recommendation, we replace the whole clause with adhering to the UN clause and legislation such as the judicial decision / the result of the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal.
Okay,
So,
just a second, Chair. Just
right.
to clarify, since that there are two delegates who propose motions on replacing or amending this the certain parts. For China, it's amending this term into replacing with UNCLOS, while Brunei is suggests to replace the whole clause with the suggested clause. For this matter of time, every amendment that has been suggested by those countries who suggest on the amendments shall take the floor and elaborate on why their amendments, why they suggest the amendments. So if the co-chair could actually give the floor for China and Brunei to state their stances, and following up for the other clauses as well to do the same. Yeah, just to inform on that. Yeah, back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So first, we will have China to elaborate of why such amendment is made. Can the delegate of China unmute their mic for a bit?
Yes, Chair. May I, Chair?
Yes, you may.
So the delegate of China would like to say that we would like to change this to adhering to the international law and legislation such as regarding the UN clause 1982, and to delete regarding the legislations for the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal, because previously Philippines has made a from the international court, and from that China has rejected their arbitration as well. This is because the results that was given from the arbitration is not in favor to China and not in interest of China. So we do not want the involvement of the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal. However, we do agree to adhere by the international law and the United Nations Convention on the law of the sea. And yes, we do agree to UN clause, but we do not agree to the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Delegate of China. I believe we can pass the floor to Delegate of Brunei, Chair.
Yes. May the delegate of Brunei present their reasoning over the amendment?
Yes, Chair. So the delegate of Brunei suggested the amendments with two grounds. The first ground, or the first reason, is the amendment made by China, which is to adhere to the international law and the UNC clause, is redundant because UNC clause is basically an international law. It would be quite vague and odd to say that we want to follow the international law and UNC clause when UNC clause is basically the international law. It's an international convention, treaties, and etc. is basically considered as international law. So in that ground, Brunei believed that it would be such a redundancy and irrelevant for us to put in our joint statement in such words. And for the second ground, why we amended this clause, basically say that as a good practice, as a good international practice, we believe that any disputes that we have among between another different countries, between two different countries, it's best, it is diplomatic, it is substantial for us to resolve this in arbitration setting, in international arbitration setting, or in a court, international court setting. If the China refuse to accept to dissolve any dispute between two countries in international court proceedings or international arbitration, this basically imposed that China refused to peace among other countries in the world. And we don't want that. We believe that in peace and consideration. And therefore, with these two grounds, we think that this is justified for us to say that because that we agreed that China wanted to follow UNC clause, so why don't we amend it and say we adhere to UNC clause instead of international law and UNC clause both? We're trying to say that adhere to UNC clause as well as adhere to any judicial decision made in international court or arbitration setting, giving the liberty to other countries apart from China to dissolve any matters, any dispute occur. Instead of being injustice, just to give because China felt it is in favor, does not in favor on their side. Thank you.
Okay,
Delegate
thank
of
you, Delegate.
China. Sorry, Chair. Delegate of China would like to make more explanations.
Okay,
are we allowed
China?
to?
Yes, make it brief.
Sure, Chair. Thank you. First of all, there are a lot of cases that have done through the arbitration, but the issue exists. This is the main issue and the main point that we can say that the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal does not work, because we believe that bilateral negotiation is far more better compared to multilateral or unilateral. Apart from this, hence the bilateral negotiation is far more better. And we do believe that when Philippines proposed for a international court of for an arbitration, we proposed that the bilateral approach was the best way to negotiate. However, it failed. I mean, the arbitration failed. So that is why China proposed for a bilateral negotiation with Philippines. However, under the international law, as mentioned by Brunei just now, since Brunei mentioned that UN clause and international law, they are partly the same. And under the UN clause as well, China has all the right to reject arbitration. Despite of being a part of UN clause and stuff, we still have the full rights to reject arbitration. And arbitration can also foresee the destroy or bad impacts on the friendship between China as well as the ASEAN states. So that is why we reject the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of China and Brunei, for the extensive elaboration. If this chair may suggest, the amendments made by Delegate of Brunei and China has not far off showcase any differences at all, just on the positioning of the wordings, to which if you wish to change the word or replace the word with clause 1982, it is also clear on the Brunei side that it has already been added on Brunei's suggestion of amendments. Before going further, the chair would like to suggest to find a clarification for both and other delegates to agree to such manner. But before that, would it be fine for China to foresee a suggestion made by Brunei Darussalam? Would it be okay in accordance to China's suggestions also?
We do agree to the suggestion made by Brunei on the UN clause 1982, but we still have our differences regarding the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal.
Seeing that on, okay. And legislation such as, okay. It is clear for both to have differences, maybe the positioning, and China is not agreeing to the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal. Thus, the chair would like to ask upon any other delegates on the floor to vote upon the suggestion made by China first, actually. Let's vote on the suggestion made by China first.
Delegates, do be reminded that if one of you disagrees, you can disagree with rights, meaning you can give your reasoning of why you disagree with this certain clause. But if you all agree, then there is no need to raise any hands.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, seeing that there is no delegates that raise the clause that is amended by China is a go. All right, now we proceed with Brunei.
Apologies, Chair, you are breaking.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Where did I last stop?
I believe on China.
All right. So seeing that there are no delegates that raise their hands, meaning that there is a complete agreement should be changed by China. How about Brunei? Should we proceed Brunei's recommendation over the amendment?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Brunei.
Yes, delegate.
The delegates of Brunei do not entirely understand the instruction of this voting.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Apologies for the confusion made because there are two types of suggestion made here, one of which that China proposed to delete the terms from legislation to tribunal and replacing it with UNCLOS 1982, while the delegate of Brunei wishes to replace the whole clauses with adhering to UNCLOS 1982 and legislation such as the judicial decision or the result of the International Court of Arbitration. Seemingly that the statement here is just an amendment, apologies, but if the chair may suggest, may we implement the suggestion made by delegate of Brunei first, just to avoid confusion, but China may suggest on amending to delete the term, the result of the International Court of Arbitration. Would that be fine?
Yes, Chair, that would be fine.
Okay, so it would be like, apologies, delegate, just a second. Adhering to delete China, may I get clarification to which from which part you wish to delete? Which is it, such as up until the end, or you just wanted to delete starting from the result of the International Court of Arbitration?
We would like to delete from such as.
Okay, that is in order. Thank you, Delegate of China.
Okay.
Apologies, delegates, just a second. Okay. All right, so now we have already implemented what Brunei have already suggested. What we want is to other delegates to vote upon a suggestion made by China, whether or not you agree to delete or to retain. So anyone who wishes to make an amendment on this clause, please raise your hands. Yes. So the suggestion proposed by China is to delete from such as up until the International Court of Arbitration. Does anyone has any more amendments to be made on this clause? Does anyone would like to retain the previous one made by Brunei, or does anyone want to replace with such other points? Seeing none, if the chair may suggest, shall we escalate this matter at the end of the session? I mean, at the end, after we go through the other amended clauses?
All right. Seeing that there is no disagreement over that motion, there, Chair, I believe we can move on to the next clause.
Yes.
The next amended clause.
Before that, if chair may suggest, on the part recalling the UNCLOS 1982, if there are any other delegates on the floor in the future who wishes to move this clause above the adhering, that will be also that will also be highly appreciated due to in a sense that adhering to UNCLOS 1982 has already been mentioned here, but it's not in a full manner. But thus recalling before adhering would be best to be in that sense. Again, if there are any delegates who wishes to propose in moving the clause recalling above adhering, yes, Delegate of Brunei.
The delegate of Brunei would want to request for the swapping of the paragraph recalling with adhering.
Yes, moving clause above adhering. Thank you, Brunei. That is in order. Before moving on to the next clauses, the chair would like to ask other delegates if all of the delegates here agree with Brunei's suggestion in moving clauses above adhering, please do so by raising your hand.
Sorry, Chair, would like to clarify that one delegation only need one vote. It means that represented by one delegates only. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Rapporteur. So one delegation only coming from one vote. Right now we have seen 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, unanimously passes. So we shall move this clause above adhering.
Inquiry.
Yes,
Sorry,
Brunei.
Chair.
Apologies. Yes, Brunei.
Does the delegate who proposed the amendment have to vote as well?
Yeah,
yes.
Chair. I believe we need a consensus on this matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
A whole consensus then. Okay. From every delegate? Is that right?
We have yet reached a consensus. It's still 8 delegates who give a vote.
Okay, apologies. Thank you, Co-Chair and Rapporteur. So upon the suggestion made by the delegation of Brunei, which is to move the clause recalling above adhering, we shall need a consensus among any other delegates here on the floor on moving the clause. And we would like the delegates to agree upon this matter so that we can move to the next amendments on the floor. So the delegates here would, apologies, the chair here would like to see all 15 delegations agree upon the motions proposed by Brunei Darussalam. 15 countries on the floor.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So all 15 countries must agree with the amendment proposed by Delegate of Brunei.
Thank you, Rapporteur.
Okay, back to the chair.
Co-chair, if you may count.
Yes.
We need two more vote. We need one more vote. One more delegate. Okay, 15 pass.
This one.
Apologies, delegate. Thank you again. So we shall move this. We shall move this here.
If
Sorry, it's actually Malaysia raised the hand, but we cannot raise the hand because the agree.
Okay, no worries, Malaysia. Thank you for informing. All right. As we have already agreed upon for this suggestion made by China to be moved on the next, to escalate this matter after other amendments, we shall go on to the next amendment on the floor under the operational clauses. Under the operational clauses would be clause number 2, which is to recommend the RECODIM system as a procedure for the code of conduct and freedom of navigation operations, to which RECODIM stands for review, cooperate, discuss, and implement, suggested by Delegate of Australia to delete the phrase and freedom of navigation operations FONOPS, understanding that it is yet to be discussed on the floor. Australia, would you like to elaborate more on that, on this clause, please?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Australia.
I'm audible?
Yes, Australia.
Sorry, Chair. I think Delegate of Australia haven't yet give the status whether present or not.
Oh,
okay.
The Delegate of Australia is present.
Okay, thank you, Australia. Yes, Australia.
Back to the chair.
Audible now?
Yes, thank you, Rapporteur. And yes, Australia, you are audible.
Okay, going back to the clause number 2, it is stated, it touched on the freedom of navigation operations. Apologies, Chair. Can we?
Yes.
Apologies, Chair, for the interruption.
No worries.
Okay, so seeing that during our moderated caucus, we haven't fully touched on the freedom of navigation, Australia would like to take the blame for that because we didn't really propose for that motion. We aren't sure why we didn't propose for that, I guess because we were talking about other motions. Therefore, we think that seeing after reading all of the joint statement, we think that it is not necessary or it's not suitable to include FONOPS for this joint statement for now. Perhaps during other discussion in the future, we could go back and resort back to the FONOPs. Because China and also US have a different view regarding the freedom of navigation, and it needs a detailed and in-depth discussion regarding this issue. So the Delegate of Australia would like to amend and delete the FONOPs. Thank you.
All right. Seemingly, thank you for your explanation there, Delegate of Australia. Now we shall move into the voting procedure. Delegates to give and should there be any delegates who disagree upon their notions, can disagree with rights?
Yes. Are there any other delegates who disagree with amendments suggested by Australia? Delegates, are you still here?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So again, seconding to what my co-chair has already mentioned, are there any delegates who wishes to disagree with the amendment suggested by Australia? You can suggest in either in any other forms as well, if you wish to. Seeing none.
We require a consensus
Yes.
upon this amendment now. Delegates, you may raise your hands. We require about 15 yeses for this to unanimously passes. All right. This amendment clearly passes.
That will be in order. Shall we move on to the next clause, co-chair?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so there are two thank you delegates. You may lower your hands. China, United Kingdom, Myanmar, and Laos, you may lower your hand. Okay, on the next clause would be encourage the governments on seizing all forms of military activities. Indonesia suggests on adding the word or the phrase unsolicited and non-routine and other hostile activities by the relevant parties in the disputed region, to which France suggested in deleting the whole clause. We believe as it has already been mentioned by the Delegate of Indonesia on the previous session, on its reasoning to add the phrase unsolicited and non-routine, we shall hear from the Delegate of France on why they suggest to delete the whole clause, on clause 3. France?
Thank you very much, Chair. As the Delegate of France, we believe that clause number 3 and clause number 13 are way too similar, in fact, almost identical. Therefore, France believes that there should not need to be two clauses which state the exact same things. Therefore, after reviewing both of these, France believes that number 13 is more suitable than number 3. Therefore, number 3 should be deleted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of France, for the explanation. Are there any other delegates who wishes to disagree with France? Any disagreement on the floor? The chair expect the Delegate of Indonesia to disagree, coming that this clause is coming from the Delegate of Indonesia.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
We, the Delegate of Indonesia, partly disagree with the point made by the delegates of France. We, the Delegate of Indonesia, will only agree to in deleting this clause if the second limb of this proposed solution is included in the clause 13. This is because
Yes, Delegate of Indonesia.
To include the phrase cease of any form of undue hostile activities. This is because those activities may not be military in nature per se, but they still contribute or cause escalation or furtherance of the current dispute. Such those activities includes but not limited to intrusion of fishing grounds, of sovereign fishing grounds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Indonesia. It is the chair would like to hear again from the Delegate of Indonesia, because Delegate of Indonesia just now mentioned about fishing grounds. Apologies if the chair got it correctly, but if the chair would suggest if you wish to make an amendment to add that phrases in the clause in a way to justify your clause, then it will be highly appreciated. Would it be okay, Delegate of Indonesia?
Yes.
Okay. As of now, Delegate of France, we would like to ask, was it clear coming from the Delegate of Indonesia on their disagreement?
It is clear.
Okay. For this time being, Indonesia, if you may add the term that you wish to be added in each clauses, and type it in the chat box and send it to us, to everyone.
Yes, Chair.
Chair?
Okay. Yes, France.
Would it be is France allowed to suggest an amendment to this right now?
Yes. What would it be, France?
Instead of deleting the entire clause, France suggests that it would change from encouraged on the government on ceasing hostile activities. So everything between all forms of military activities, that will be deleted, and it will be left for clause number 13.
Okay, so you wish to delete on ceasing until other, if the chair got it correctly?
Yes, correct.
Okay, just a second, delegate. Before moving, apologies, delegates. Before moving on with this clause, the chair would like to ask the delegate of Indonesia, are you done with the suggestion for amendments? That way we can vote upon this matter. So the chair would like to ask the delegate of France, in your suggestion for amendments in deleting the clause, would you like to take back this suggestion made by you, Franz?
Yes, France would
Okay.
like to take that back.
Okay. Delegate of Indonesia, are you done? Just to get clarification, does Indonesia suggest to add elaboration for this clause? Indonesia?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. The elaboration shall be pertain after the word disputed region, if the chair got it correctly.
Yes.
Okay, have you done with the suggestion?
A moment, yeah.
Okay. The chair noticed that United States also would like to make an amendment on clause 13, but just for a second, yeah, United States will be recognized later. Yes, so currently we are in clause number 3. Apologies, in which the delegate of Indonesia would like to add the phrase unsolicited and non-routine. However, the delegate of France would like to delete the phrase on ceasing all forms of military activities and other, and just the whole sentence would be encourage the governments on ceasing, encourage the governments on.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
France believes that on ceasing will not be deleted, so it will be encourage the government on ceasing hostile activities and
Okay.
so on.
Thank you, Delegate of France, for clarification. All right, seeing that the Delegate of Indonesia had include the phrase, thank you, Delegate of Indonesia. That will be in order, just a second. Okay, you will be adding phrase including but not limited to intrusion of sovereign fishing grounds. This is by the delegate of Indonesia.
Chair.
Yes, delegate of Indonesia.
And one more amendment is the amendment to change the phrase "the relevant parties" to any and all parties.
Any and all parties. Okay, that will be in order. Any in all or any and all? Indonesia? Indonesia, are you around?
Yes, Chair.
Did the chair get it correctly on this part?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Indonesia. Okay, seemingly that there are abundance of suggestions made here on clause number 3. The chair. Now let's proceed with the voting of this first. Understanding that there are two differences on the term on seizing all farms, in which and Indonesia would like to add, however, France would like to delete. Actually, the chair would like to move with the proposed amendments made by Indonesia first, which is the blue color and the red one. First is to change the relevant parties, replacing it with any and all parties. And second one would be at including but not limited to intrusion of sovereign fishing grounds. So the chair would like to ask the delegates on the floor for the blue colored phrase first, the blue colored amendments, which is on the relevant parties. Does any of the delegates here agree on such suggestions made by Delegate of Indonesia to change the term relevant parties and replacing it with any and all parties? The chair is expecting to have 15 delegates in consensus for this change, for this replacement of terms.
There are about 10 for now.
10 for 11.
13, 15, okay, pass.
Thank you, delegates. That will be in order. Delegate, okay, now let's move on with the second phrase suggested by Delegate of Indonesia, which is to add the phrase including but not limited to intrusion of sovereign fishing grounds. Does all of the member states here, apologies, does all of the countries on this floor here agrees with suggestions made by Delegate of Indonesia? The chair expect to have 15 delegates to.
There are 9 for now. 10. 12.
Okay, 15, apologies. Okay, I believe it was 15 just now. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kocha.
Yes, there were 6, 7, 8, 9. Delegates, please once again raise your hands.
Don't lower your hands before the chair has been recognized. The chair recognized, yeah. Okay, 15 delegates on the floor. Yes, on my screen is already 15. Thank you, delegates.
All right,
May you lower your
15.
hand now. All right, great. Thank you. Okay. Now let's move on with the suggestions made by Indonesia and France, to which one would like to add and another would like to delete. The chair would like to ask for the delegates here who wishes to add the term.
Chair, I believe Delegate of UK rising. All right, no, never mind.
Okay, apologies. Thank you, Rapporteur. According to the chair, if it would be best for the chair's discretion, would it be best for the delegate to vote upon the suggestion made by Indonesia first? So if you agree to add the word unsolicited and non-routine after the on ceasing all forms of military activities, please raise your hands.
We expect about 15 delegates here to agree or to disagree.
Okay, there are 13 delegates, so far 14. Okay, one more I believe would be coming from the delegate of France, if I got that correctly. Who is voting? Okay, out of 15, it's only 14. Thus, the motion proposed by Delegate of Indonesia fails to be added in the implementation of the clauses. Now, let's hear from the, yes?
I think we can ask disagreement from Delegate of France why they are disagree. Thank you.
Thank you for informing Rapporteur. The chair is going to that actually. So yes, the floor is open for Delegate of France on why France would like to delete the phrase. France?
As mentioned since earlier on, it's already in clause 13. It does not need to be here in clause 3. Unless, of course, there are intentions to merge these two, then France would be okay with that. However, for now, France believes that for clause 13, it is unnecessary to include anything about military activities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of France. Okay, suggest under, okay, let's look on the clause number 13, suggest on the prohibition of military activities in the South China Sea region. Okay, for this time around, if the chair may suggest, it would be best for us to look back on clause 13 and clause 3, whether or not it would be possible to be merged, but seemingly that France have made a clear statement that it would be best to be merged, and the chair would like to suggest on escalating this matter on another time, which means we have to go on different clauses as well. Would it be fine if we just hold it as of now like this, delegates?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, seeing that there are numbers of countries, delegates here nodding with agreement, thus let's move on with delegate clause number 14. Apologies, clause number 4. Here, US would like to replace the term relevant parties with China. Does everyone agreeing to the amendments made by the US? If yes, please do so by raising your hands.
There are about 11 votes. Where are the other 4 delegates?
12, 13 as of currently.
All right.
Okay.
Going once, going twice. Yes, Chair,
Okay.
back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Delegates, those who voted yes, please lower your hand now. Now the chair would like to call upon those 3 delegates who disagree with the suggestion made by the delegate of the United States. Can the Delegate of those who disagree, please raise your hands. Okay, France, the United Kingdom, China, UK, did you agree or did you disagree? Okay, you agreed.
Okay.
So we have, okay, Brunei, France, and China. Could you state your disagreement on a suggestion made by the United States? Let's start off with China, moving to France and Brunei.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, yes, Delegate.
It's stated that they encourage the adoption and ratification of the Code of Conduct by all ASEAN members and relevant parties, which US intends to change as China. Well, they do mention there as ASEAN member states, even though it is basically between the claimant countries. So why not just state it as relevant parties instead of just emphasizing on China itself, when ASEAN members do have their dialogue partners who do help in conducting this whole joint statement? That is the concern from China. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Moving with Delegate of France.
France agrees with China that relevant parties should be enough. However, France would like to add that if, let's say, in the future, similar occurrences was to happen, let's say a different country which is not a member of ASEAN decides that they want to claim any part of the South China Sea, sorry. If any countries decide to do this in the future, it will actually be a loss for ASEAN, and ASEAN will have to go through all of this again. Therefore, France believes that it is just safer to remain it as relevant parties instead of pointing at China alone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, France. Brunei.
The delegates of Brunei would just want to echo back from the France. We have the similar understanding in which that if we only limit it to China, between ASEAN members and China, it means that we open to more opportunities from another countries that might not be in dispute now, but might be in the future. So we want to secure the sovereignty and also the peaceful among ASEAN countries to say that we wanted any countries in the world to have this mutual understanding towards the code of conduct. Therefore, we are not agreeing in the sense that only limited to China only. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Brunei. Now the Chair would like to open for Delegate of US to restate your claims. Delegate of the United States. Do you agree with, yes, do you agree with the countries that is disagreeing with you?
Basically, delegation of United States just concerned regarding the excuses that will be made by China itself, because it doesn't mention clearly towards China as a country that basically need in order to ratify this kind of codes of conduct. Just as we know, dispute currently happen, and basically it is take a long time ago between ASEAN and also just with China itself. So yeah, but then for sure we just open our stance in order to agree with the other countries like France and also China and Brunei. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of United States. If the Chair here may suggest, would it be possible if we change it to relevant dialogue partners, seemingly that we have 5 dialogue partners on the floor? Thus, those who are agreeing to this joint statement would be coming from the dialogue partners from this session as well. So if we, instead of changing it to China or replacing the word relevant parties or retaining the word relevant parties as relevant parties, the Chair would like to suggest to replace to relevant dialogue partners. Would that be fine for Delegate of France, Brunei, and China?
It is fine with France.
Okay, then
It is fine with China.
Okay, thus, are there any delegates who wish to propose amendments in regards to that? Please raise your hand. Relevant dialogue partners. Yes, Delegate of United States, you have been recognized.
Delegation of United States want to propose amendment to the relevant parties, change it to the relevant dialogue partners.
Okay. Thank you. That is in order. The United States. Okay. Now the chair would like to ask the floor to vote upon suggestion made by Delegate of the United States, which is to replace the relevant parties with relevant dialogue partners. Those who we need to have a consensus on 15 member states agreeing to this. So please raise your hands if you're agreeing to this. Yes, unanimously passes, so we will change it to relevant dialogue partners. Thank you, delegates. Moving on to the next clauses. On clause 7, co-chair, would you? Yes. Delegates, please don't forget to lower your hands. Thank you, delegates. Yes, co-chair, back to you. Clause number 7.
Right. So back to clause number 7 on the amendment made by China, and also the amendment made by United States. First, we'll go with China. Could China give out their reasoning over why we should delete China in this clause?
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Chair. In the previous discussions, previous motions and stuff, US has mentioned several times that China did not ratify the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. However, China did ratify the UN clause on 15th May of 1996. However, US, they signed and approved on it as being an international law, but they did not agree and they did not ratify the UN clause. And being a dialogue partner of the ASEAN claimant and China's dispute for the South China Sea and not being able to ratify the UN clause seems very unfair and illogical. So yes, we suggest and request US to ratify the UN clause as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of China. Now we'll go with agreement procedure. Whereas hopefully all of the 15 delegates can agree or disagree. You may raise your hands. Delegates, we require about 15 for a simple majority. Another 4 more. Two more. Okay, one more. Going once, going twice. And to conclude, about 14 out of 15 agreements made. However, there was one delegate who did not vote. Could the delegate who did not vote please unmute their mics and state their reason of why they disagree? The other delegates may simply lower their hands.
Sure, I believe it is Delegate of United States. Thank you.
Thank you, the repertoire. The Delegate of United States give out their reasoning.
Thank you, Chair. So basically, delegation of United States don't know who proposed this kind of solution. Yes, basically, we say that we mentioned by the previous session, delegation of China government, yes, they ratify this kind of UN clause. So, but then we argue in terms of implementation of UN clause, not regarding ratifying, but for sure, let's say China want to delegation of United States purpose suggested is to amend a bit in terms of suggested the United States and China to ratify and implement it in their own country, as well based on the United Nations clause, UN clause. Or beside that, let's say if China, the amendment do not pass, we suggest to delete all the clauses for clause 7. Thank you.
The delegate of China would like to say something, Chair.
Yes, you may do so.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, US had mentioned that China disobeyed and did not implement the UN clause, and would also not obey the COC in the future itself. But first, China has obeyed the UN clause and implemented as well. What has been argued by the US is that they say China did not claim the South China Sea with massive claims without any without any previous agreements or extra proofs. But however, China did claim the South China Sea with several pieces of evidence without any massive force, such as we claimed South China Sea with 9 dash lines and etc. as well. So to say that China did not implement the UN clause is absurd. Thank you. And we also do not agree to delete the clause, but we do suggest on the United States to ratify the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea.
Delegation of China, why you want to why you really want United States want to ratify this kind of UN clause?
If you had heard better, we just mentioned before this, you are a dialogue partner of ASEAN member states, and being a dialogue partner of ASEAN member state, while just being able to sign it and not approve it.
Delegation of United States want to put a question right now. Let's say we ratify it, can you dissolve your 9 dash line in South China Sea to due to us?
Implementing the 9 dash line is by the law, abiding the law of UN clause, and US ratifying
if
the
not,
UN
we
clause.
are not ratifying UN clause. If not, if you can't
United States really has to allow China to speak first.
Why?
Why? Because because China has to.
Okay, because of conduct basically between China and also the ASEAN
China
members.
has to explain ourselves first before United States wants to make China the villain.
To ratify UN Convention clause.
We have been explaining, but United States has no interest.
States and Delegate of China, can you please resolve your differences in a diplomatic way? Thank you. This is an ASEAN forum. Thank you.
Thank
you. Please allow China to talk first.
Yes, exactly.
Australia ratify UN clause or not?
On behalf of the ASEAN country, one of the ASEAN countries, can we be civilized for a moment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And
delegation
I believe
who has a chance to talk. You're not part of
it. Yes, your floor.
Thank you, the United States. Can we have the opportunity for China to explain themselves first and then gain the response from the United States? And maybe afterwards, maybe the response from the ASEAN countries. Would that be all right for both countries?
China definitely agrees with Brunei.
All right, thank you, China. How about the United States? Will you agree in that?
Yes, sure.
All right, thank you so much. China, you may have the floor to explain yourself.
Thank you very much, Brunei. Answering to United States question as to why they have to implement and ratify the UN clause. First of all, they are one of the dialogue partners for ASEAN members. ASEAN members personally called for US to interfere and become the dialogue partners. And that is a big responsibility. And being a dialogue partner, they are required to be a part of the UN clause. Like it does apply for them as well, because they do interfere and influence in decisions that ASEAN member states are going to take. That is first. Second of all, I believe United States questioned Australia of did they ratify the UN clause? And I would like to pass the floor to Australia to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, the Delegate of China. And yes, to answer your question, the Delegate of the United States, we rectify UNCLOS. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Australia, would you like to give out your reasoning as well?
Sure.
All right.
For
go
the
ahead.
Delegate
You
of
may
China, can I add
proceed.
something? Sorry, Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so for just now, right, the US has stated that why they want to ratify to the benefit to the South Asian Sea. Before this, the US has stated that they want to propose or implement the freedom of the navigation operation in the South China Sea. However, we noticed that this UN clause is very important, is very crucial to the South China Sea. So if the USA didn't ratify and then he proposed their own policy without ratify the UN clause, so it's something like contradict to their policy, and then you just encourage the Asian members to implement their policy, something like contradict. So we encourage the US to ratify the UN clause so that they can implement or more possessive to resolve this dispute more peacefully. Yeah, that's all from Delegates of China.
Delegation of China. Basically, delegation of United States do not even introduce any kind of policy. Basically, this is code of conduct. By ASEAN member itself, we do not interfere at all. Do you aware about it?
Before in the past action, in the past previous case, US has stated and expressed a stance that they want to.
We are discussing towards the code of conduct. We doesn't mention anything kind of policy that can be introduced, that can be implemented in this kind of code of conduct.
Yes,
Is it clear?
Yes, I'm
You
clear.
didn't do anything right now.
All right.
Okay, just to make sure, just maybe in terms of diplomacy, we want to make sure the negotiation with delegation of China, is it possible to just delete this clause? Then that's it.
Apologies, Delegate of US. One would like to add on something as well. The chair believes. Yes.
Yes.
Delegate, you are recognized. You can speak. Yes.
Right. So I just want to ask the China, when you want the US ratify the UN clause, can you ensure that the China can obey the UN clause? Because you say that the 9-dash line have the legal basis under the UN clause, but as far as we're concerned, in the January 2013, the Philippines formally initiated the arbitration proceeding against the China territory claim on the 9-dash line, which is say is unlawful under the UN clause. And the arbitrator is already agreed that the UN clause is no legal basis and is already violate the Philippines sovereignty right. So you say you have the legal basis under the UN clause. Are you cheating on us?
Nice. That's my question. Thank you.
To answer that, under the UN clause, we have legal rights to express our agreement, express our proofs on why we claimed it. We did not say the 9-dash claims was illegal on the basis of Philippines agreements and stuff, but we do say that we have given a proof on our massive claim. That is what they're saying. And under the UN clause, it is legal for us to give a proof for our massive claim. That is what we are trying to say. And as for the Philippines arbitration, it is also under the international law, legal rights for China to reject the arbitration. Thank you.
It means that China is reject the ruling of the International Arbitration Tribunal, but this is already a final decision of the Arbitration Tribunal. So it can show that the 9-dash line is totally no legal basis under the UN clause. Hope the China can accept this decision.
Delegate of France,
okay.
Speak.
Before delegation of France speak, okay, in terms of diplomacy, delegation of United States believe it just seems with clause number 4, Chair. If you can refer back to clause number 4. Before this, we mentioned specifically towards China itself, but it same goes to clause number 7 right now. How about we change it from United States to the dialogue partners? Thank you. And hopefully it is agreed by delegation of China.
Okay.
Thank you.
Delegate of China would like to say something. I believe that we can do that, change it to dialogue partners. But as Australia mentioned before, I believe except for US, all the other delegate dialogue partners have rectified the UN clause. And yes, I'll pass the floor to Delegate of France.
Thank you, Delegate of China. Delegate of France is confused in the sense that China and US act as though China implementing the UN clause and United States rectifying it will be complete polar opposites which cannot coexist. Apologies, but could we see the statement again? I'm sorry. On the screen.
Rapporteur, can you move back to the tab? Yeah.
Delegate of France would like to propose that for this specific clause, it is changed to encourage United States to rectify. Okay, that's one. However, we would add on another clause later on, which is to also encourage China to implement. Therefore, it would be two different clauses instead of having difficulties wording this one clause by trying to include both suggestions.
So does that mean the Delegate of France suggests into adding one clause below this clause number 7, which is to encourage China to implement the UNCLOS 1982?
Yes.
Would the chair suggest that for this two to be merged into one clause, which is just to add at the end of this statement by adding while insofar encourage China to implement? Would it be fine like that as well?
Yes. And may France give further explanation?
Yes.
Okay, so so far throughout this discussion of this specific clause, it is clear that Asian countries want the United States to rectify. At the same time, it is also clear that ASEAN countries want China to implement the UN clause. Therefore, this is the best of both worlds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate of France.
If it's not much, can Delegate of China say something regarding the proposal from Delegate of France?
Yes, make it quick, Delegate of China.
Actually, what China is trying to say here is we have implemented the UN clause. So why is there another clause stating that China has to implement the UN clause? That is what we have been asking the US as well as now France. Thank you, France.
Okay, thank you, China.
Maybe Delegate of Australia say something?
Yes, Delegate of Australia.
Just to be clear and without offending any countries, and please try to re-evaluate what the Delegate of Australia would like to say. I think the issue here is that United States actually practices UNCLOS, but United States did not rectify the UN clause. That's it. As for China, the Delegate of Australia thinks that yes, it is true that China rectified UNCLOS, but then China's stances with the UNCLOS are at odds with the international law itself. So I guess, sorry for the first point of view anyway, so the Delegate of Australia suggests that following up to what France said regarding the encourage the United States to rectify the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and also replace the word China has to rectify. Replace the word China has to implement to China has to adhere to the international law itself, to UNCLOS. Adhere.
Okay, thank you.
Or abide to international law.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Australia. That is in order, but due to the interest of time, it's already 3 p.m. We shall have a break for 15 minutes before continuing our last session of today.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Brunei. That will be in order. Okay. Before moving on with this, are there any more delegates on the floor who wishes to suggest any amendment on this clause?
Delegate of France does not want to suggest any amendments, but wants to ask a point of POI.
Yes, France.
Delegate of France would like to ask Vietnam specifically about how it would look, how this clause would look once it is merged with clause 12, and what Vietnam has to say about Malaysia's claims that it is different and how we could work past this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, France. The chair would like to call upon Delegate of Vietnam. Delegate of Vietnam, are you around? Vietnam?
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Yes, no worries. Are you clear with France's question towards you?
Oh, could France repeat, like rephrase what they said earlier?
Okay, so earlier on, France asked, how would this clause look after it has been merged? France wants to know. And further on, France would also like to know what Vietnam has to say about Malaysia's claims, which is that these clauses are about different things. Does Vietnam agree or not? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of France. First of all, the Delegate of Vietnam would like to know the same question, how Malaysia thinks that clause 9 and clause 12 are two different things. Because as we see here, we're calling for joint development for marine scientific research, marine environmental protection, and fishery and whatnot. And as for clause number 12, we are also trying to strengthen the maritime capabilities with ASEAN countries, with ASEAN member states, and also with China. So if we do not have a proper maritime protection, and also we know that China has a very big military navy, and if we do not have a proper protection there without China's participation in our joint development, how are we going to work? How are we going to work along if we want to do a scientific research there? Like, could you just imagine China randomly attacking our area? Like, so the Delegate of Vietnam do not agree with what Malaysia has to say, and we would like to ask the Delegate of Malaysia, how different do you think it is? And also to justify what Brunei has mentioned to replace ASEAN claimants as member state. I think the claimants has more rights in this case because we want to share this, well, what we have with the claimant states and not involve other non-claimant states in this issue. Is it clear? Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Vietnam.
Chairman, Malaysia answering?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So, Vietnam say, what is the different thing? Okay, can you look at the 12? This is our suggestion. Okay, clause 12 is Malaysia's suggestion. It's about the defense. It's a different thing in marine scientific research, marine environmental protection, which is about the sea, the source of sea economy. Okay, Vietnam just say that how we can go to research if we don't have a defense line. Yes, we can make a defense line cooperation with China, but it's two different things. It's like you want to include it, it's a different thing. We can make a cooperation with China in military, but to make it as one clause is not suitable because it's a different thing. For example, can you include clause 9 to clause 6? It's a different thing. That's what Malaysia concerned because we can do with China. Malaysia does not. Malaysia is agree with that if you want to do so, but Malaysia just don't want to make it merge because it's different thing about the defense and economy and research. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Malaysia. The chair would like to hear from Delegate of Vietnam and response with Delegate of Malaysia, saying that Delegate of Malaysia suggests mention that clause number 9 differs with what has been stated by clause number 12. So should Vietnam can see again on clause number 12, which is on the specific term on clause number 12 would be the defense white paper. So Vietnam?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
In accordance with what the delegate of Malaysia has stated, I think the main purpose of this conference is to come to a mutual understanding. The delegate of Vietnam do not want to same issue repeating on what we have stated clearly just now. So we would like to just abstain from what we have mentioned earlier on with China's claim to retain the clause as per it is. But the delegate of Vietnam will also like to mention here that we would still want to remain as ASEAN claimants and not replace them with the member states. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate of Vietnam. So does that mean that Vietnam would like to retract back on your suggestion on merging clause number 12? Okay, that will be in order. Thank you, Delegate. So moving on with, oh, seems like at one place it's raining there. Apologies, Delegate. I have to mute you real quick. All right. Okay, since that there are two clauses. Okay. Okay, apologies, delegates. Since that Vietnam retract back its suggestion in merging clause number 9 with clause number 12, the chair would like to ask Delegate of Malaysia for this clause, the blue colored clause, would it be able to be, yeah, since that it has been retained, we shall delete on this suggestion made by Malaysia. Malaysia, are you okay with that? Thank you, Delegate. Apologies, just a second. Okay, so now let me update. Vietnam suggested in retaining it as ASEAN claimant instead of changing it to ASEAN member states. So the chair would like to ask now both delegate of Brunei and Vietnam to explain the reasoning behind the suggestion of the amendments. Maybe we can start off with the delegate of Brunei Darussalam. Apologies, delegates. Your reasoning on your suggestion replacing the word ASEAN claimants to ASEAN member states.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
So Brunei would like to ask Vietnam for the retained ASEAN claimants. This is because joint development on hydrocarbon resources, marine scientific researches, marine environmental protection, and fishery cooperations is not a dispute. It's not a thing that needed a group to negotiate with. So why not include all the ASEAN's member states to the joint development of the resources, because it could benefit all of us. That's all from Brunei.
Thank you, Delegate of Brunei. Now, Vietnam, can you state your reasoning and your response towards Delegate of Brunei Darussalam? Apologies, you are muted, Delegate of Vietnam.
Sorry, Chair. So Rick has stated why would all non-claimant countries who want to join this development, like actually when we are trying to only expand the particular area, does that make sense?
No, it's not making sense. We are not trying to negotiate on dispute. What if the scientific researches is on the non-climate country? So why is only include the climate country? Why is can include all the ASEAN countries? It's not a dispute. It's not a theme that we should develop in the negotiations. So we should all all ASEAN states members instead of only climate members. Please
Malaysia second
understand.
to that.
Okay, thank you, Brunei. Malaysia, Vietnam. If the chair may suggest, seemingly that this joint development, as far as the chair is concerned, is the suggestion proposed by Delegate of China, but correct chair is if the chair is wrong, but if the chair can suggest, it would be best to replace the word member states. It is understandable that Vietnam understand it in a sense that South China Sea is only for the claimants of the countries in ASEAN region. Thus, they have the say for the region in the South China Sea. But Brunei would probably viewing it, and in a sense that those development in terms of resources, researches, marine environmental protection is coming in a sense that it should benefit the whole ASEAN countries as well as China, not only benefiting the ASEAN claimants. That is the understanding that the chair has from Delegate of Brunei and Vietnam. But apart from this suggestion made, the chair would like to suggest for this clause to move in accordance under the clause number 14, which would be clause number 15, stating that the joint development is more on towards the economic, pertaining to the economic matters instead of the code of conduct, so on and so forth. Thus, the chair would suggest the delegates to raise a suggestion for amendments in moving the clause 9 to clause number 15. That is coming from the chair. Now the chair would like to again vote upon. Yes, Vietnam, you've raised your hand.
So understanding from what the chair has stated, we were with clause number 15, then that would make sense. But if we were to stand with clause number 9 alone, then
okay. So are you clause number 9 to be moved under clause number 14?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, Vietnam. That will be in order. Move clause to. Moving the clause means that the clause will be an individual clause putting under the clause number 14. So it won't be merging or merging with clause other clause, but it will be a new clause. But apologies, it will be under clause number 14. Move clause under clause number 14. Move clause under clause 14. Okay. Vietnam. Seemingly that it would be better to have a discussion on moving the clause first. The chair would like to have a discussion for the delegates to vote upon the suggested amendments made by Delegate of Vietnam, which is in the green color, to move the clause to clause number 14 if the delegates here confirm. $11 delegates. Apologies, delegates, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Australia have yet raised a hand, Chair.
Yes, I can see that France has raised hand 2 times. Can only one of the delegation of France to raise hands, please? Apologies, France. Okay, okay, 15 raise hands. Oh my God. The chair just noticed that there is already the counted version of raise hands on the bottom left. Apologies. Yes, it's all 15 in total. So the motion to move the clause to clause number under clause number 14 shall be taken into account. Just a second, delegate. Yes, it will be clause number 14 here. Okay, so before going above on other clauses, the chair believes that it would be best for us to discuss on these clauses suggested amendments mentioned by Brunei and Vietnam. The chair would like to again vote upon a suggestion made by Brunei, which is to have to change the claimants into member states. However, the chair, before asking for the voting, the chair would like to ask delegate is suggesting on this clause. Apologies, the chair is calling for delegate of Vietnam.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you, Vietnam. Brunei, you did mention you did raise hand just now. You have anything to clarify?
Can I ask Vietnam a last question?
Sure.
Vietnam, are you a claimant state?
Yes, Vietnam is a claimant state.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, delegates. Does the chair would like to move towards voting on the suggestion proposed by Delegate of Brunei, which is to replace claimants with member states? If the delegates here agree to replace the term, please raise your hands high and firm. The chair would expect 15 raised hands coming from 15 different delegations. Currently, there are 12, 13. Now it's 13, 14. One would be coming from 15. Okay, great. Thank you, delegate. The word claimants will be replaced with member states. Okay, let's move on back up to the clause number 11. Okay, delegates. Second, delegates. Yes, I can see, the chair can see two delegates. Okay. Yes, Cambodia, do you have any points? Cambodia 1? Okay. Thank you, delegate. Okay. Okay. Let's move on to clause number 11. There are 2 suggestions made by Malaysia and China, in which Malaysia suggested in adding the word among ASEAN, but China suggested in adding among China and ASEAN member states. Before moving on to the voting procedure, the delegate, apologies, the chair would like to ask Delegate of Malaysia, would your amendments be in line with what China has suggested, Delegate of Malaysia?
No, because Malaysia suggests among ASEAN member only, which is ASEAN, not including China.
Okay. Would it be possible for the chair to suggest among ASEAN member states instead of just putting ASEAN as one term? Okay, thank you, Delegate of Malaysia. Okay, now we have two different amendments suggested by Malaysia and China. The chair would like to ask again on the floor, are there any amendments on this clause number 11? If there is, please raise your hand. Yes, Delegate of China, you may state your suggestion.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of China would like to take back the amendment that was proposed.
Apologies, China, would you like to retract back your suggestion?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thus this will be deleted, yeah?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you, China. That will be in order. Okay, before that, any more suggestions on the floor for this clause number 11? If there is any, please raise your hands. Okay. Yes, Brunei, Delegate of Brunei.
I'm sorry, technical issues.
Okay, no worries, Brunei. Seeing there is none, the chair would like to now move to the voting procedure for suggestions of amendment suggested by Delegate of Malaysia. Thus, the chair would.
France would like to ask a POI.
Okay, yes,
Sorry
France,
for
apologies. Yes, apologies, France. Yes, you may.
France would like to ask a POI about this this entire
Clause.
Where would the maritime defense be? Would it be the entire South China Sea or would it be in certain areas only? France feels as though that should be made clearer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, France. So Malaysia, France is asking, since seeming that this proposal or this clause is coming from delegation of Malaysia, France would like to have a more defined clarification on maritime defense. So Malaysia, would you be able to state your claim right now?
Okay, thank you, Chair and France. So the through inside the maritime defense is basically among the ASEAN member, which is our border itself. As you know, that the 2019 Malaysia also faced the threat when our Petronas ship is attacked, and also in 31 March, Philippines also attacked by the terrorists. So this is to ensure our border security is safe. So the maritime defense is actually between the border of ASEAN itself to make sure that ASEAN is safe. Thank you.
Just to clarify, does that mean only within ASEAN territories or does it include the high seas? That is still not clear.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
what?
Yes, sim. Yes, ASEAN territory. Only ASEAN territory.
Then may France propose that that is mentioned in the clause?
Yes. Who would? Okay. So France would like to propose
enhancing maritime defense in ASEAN territories.
Okay, thank you, France. That will be
sorry,
in order.
within
Just
ASEAN.
Okay, within ASEAN territories. Thank you, France. That will be in order. Again, the chair would like to open the floor for any other amendments on this clause. If there is any, please raise your hands high and firm. Any other delegates who wish to make an amendment? Maybe in clarifying what is defense white paper. Yes, Delegate of United States.
Yes, so delegation of United States just want to clarify towards the defense white paper. What it doesn't mean.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Delegate of United States. Yes, before moving on with Malaysia, Chair, see Australia raise hands as well. Yes, Australia, you may state your concern.
I would like to second United States. What is a defense white paper? We would like to hear more about that, just to clarify, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of US and Australia. Delegate of Malaysia, would you be able to explain? Yes, thank you, Delegate.
Okay, essentially defense white paper is not only using by Malaysia but also as US, UK and all countries around the world already use the defense white paper and implement it in their own country. So Malaysia willing to explain more what is defense white paper is focusing on dealing with non-traditional security issues like terrorism, piracy and maritime security, cyber crime and security and transnational crime, as well as to apply modern technology to defense. It's actually defense white paper is outlining the direction of national defense and security. It's just like a guideline for our country to increase our national defense security. For example, Deputy Director of Institute of Foreign Policy and Strategic Study, Vietnam Foreign Ministry also has said that we should increase information sharing, personal training, and patrol as well as multilateral cooperation. It's basically to focusing increase our national defense plan.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Malaysia. To Delegate of US or Australia, are there any more clarification or proposals that you wish to be made or amended in this clause?
Right, to follow up, Chair.
Yes, US.
Okay, basically, so this kind of clauses, this kind of clause 11, clause 11, basically just in terms of national progress, right? All right, thank you.
Okay, yes, Australia, do you have anything to add on?
No, Chair, thank you.
Okay, so the chair would like to ask again on the floor, does the delegates here wishes to propose an elaboration for defense white paper for clause number 11? If there is any, please propose it right away so the chair can amend as it is suggested by the delegates on the floor. Those who wishes to add on the definition of defense white paper, please raise your hands. Seemingly that it is clear, defense white paper as stated by Malaysia is a guideline for us all for this stated suggestion on clause number 11. Okay. Suggested amendment made by Malaysia, which is to add among ASEAN member states. Those who agree with proposal made by Malaysia, please raise your hands high and firm. The chair expect to have 15 delegates in consensus on adding among ASEAN member states on this clause 11. 11 participants raised. 13. It is also noted that Vietnam should be out for attending COCE, thus forum shall have 14 delegations instead of 16. Apologies, delegates who voted twice. Apologies, just a second. France, US, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Cambodia, Australia, UK, Brunei, Laos. Apologies, United States, you voted twice. Please, one of you lower the hand. Thailand, Philippines, and China. Okay, that will be in order. Seemingly that Vietnam is not in this council. We have 14 delegates in consensus on adding the term among ASEAN members in this clause. Moving on to clause suggested, apologies. Amendment suggested by Delegate of France, which is to add within ASEAN territories after the maritime defense. And that will be in the same clause of clause 11. Delegates, please lower your hands Brunei and Cambodia, please lower your hand before voting procedure. So the chair now would like to ask the delegates on the floor if the delegates here agree on the suggestion made by France on this clause. Please raise your hands high and firm. We would need 14 delegates on the floor to vote for this. "13, coming on 14. I hope there are no delegates who voted twice, because I can see 15 on the floor right now. 16. In Brunei, yes. Please, okay, to make it clear, the chair would want only the delegates with number 1 from each delegation, number 1, to vote upon the clauses. Only number 1 of each representative, unless your partner is not around. Currently, we see 10 hands on the floor, 11 hands on the floor. Delegates, we need 3 more votes.
Apologies,
3 more
apologies,
votes.
Chair.
Yes.
My co-delegate, she can't raise her hand.
Okay, then if the matters such as they are not around or they can't raise their hands, the other delegates of that delegation can raise their hands. All right, seeing that there is 13 delegates on the floor, we need 1 more. It should be coming from which country has yet to vote? Singapore, right? Oh, Singapore has voted. Is China? China has voted. We need 1 more votes. Which country would it be? US is not voting. Is it not? Yeah, US is not voting. Yes, US 1, please vote. Apologies, delegate. US 1, please vote. United States delegate number 1, please vote.
Is she around?
She is around. Yes, thank you, Delegate of United States. Please be aware during the council session. Thank you, delegates. You may lower your hand. Does this suggestion made by Delegate of France will be implemented in clause number 11? Okay, Rapporteur, you may help to edit that. Thank you. Moving on to clause number 12, we have suggestion made by Delegate of Thailand, which is to change the word prohibition to limitation as suggested by Thailand and agreed by France. However, there is a suggestion made by Brunei to delete the whole clause. Before deleting the whole clause as suggested by Brunei, the chair here would like to open the floor to Thailand and Brunei to state your concern. Starting with delegation of Thailand. Thailand, are you around?
Yes, sure.
Yes. Either one of the delegation can explain.
Okay. For this clause from Thailand concern, if by use the word prohibition, it's mean to forbid or banning, which means that any military activity cannot be done in South China region. However, as from what I was discussing earlier, that is always mentioning to enhance the maritime defense, all the whatsoever that regarding of the military activities, it need to be done for the our country national security. But if we use the word prohibition, it must mean that the defense, the joint patrol, or whatsoever cannot be done in the South China region. However, we still need to put a limitation on how much the militarization that need to be done by the country in the South China region. If we not put the limitation, maybe some other country may abuse their military cooperation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Thailand. Now, the chair would like to open for Delegate of Brunei on the suggested amendment to delete the whole clause, which is clause number 12 in updation. Brunei Darussalam. Can we have Brunei Darussalam on the floor in elaborating on why this clause?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes. Yes, Delegate.
Brunei Darussalam believe the clauses 12 is redundant with clauses 3. That's why we're suggesting to delete it, the clauses 12.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Brunei. Please mute yourself, right? For coming from the chair, actually, if the chair can have the position to suggest something, Delegate of France did second on the Delegate of Thailand, which is to change the word prohibition with limitation, understanding that there are few military activities in South China Sea region, and we cannot prohibit such actions in the South China Sea region. If the chair may suggest, the clause number 3 has yet to be made consensus, as well as clause number 12, because the Thailand suggests in deleting all forms of military activities and other, understanding that it would be, it does not coincide with clause number 12. If the chair may suggest, instead of deleting the whole clause, understanding that this may also be, in fact, a different additional point for clause number 3, the chair would suggest to merge clause number 12 with clause number 3 in a way that 12 to be added in clause number 3. That is the suggestion coming from Brunei. Oh, ya Allah, coming from the chair. The chair would like to hear from Delegate of France in regards to this matter.
In regards to this matter, earlier on, France had a problem with the word. May France be given a second? Okay.
Yes.
France had a problem with the word ceasing, and France believes that if clause 12 and 3 were to be merged, France would want that the word ceasing to be changed with limiting.
Okay.
Controlling. Limiting and controlling, these two, France will accept. Any other, no.
Okay.
That
Thank
is
you.
France.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of France. Okay, and changing the word ceasing. Okay, since that there is still a discussion going on for clause number 3 and clause number 12, would it be possible for us to move the clause first, move the clause 12 to under clause number 3 before merging it as a whole, to find a clarity on how to merge the clause as a whole? If the chair can actually get a consensus among the delegates to move clause 12 under clause 3 would be okay. So the delegates, please raise your hands if you agree. 14 delegates for consensus on this matter. We have 12 delegates here. We need one more delegations to raise hand for this. Yes, okay. Thank you, delegate. Thank you, delegate. Okay. This will be moved to clause number 3, under clause number 3. Okay, so okay, now let's refer back to clause number 3 and 4, to which France did suggest in merging the clause, but to change the word ceasing with limiting on all forms of military activities. But before we can do so as well, the chair would like to ask Brunei Darussalam, could you retract back on your suggestion on deleting the clause and change it with merging with clause number 3, Brunei? We are currently in clause number 3 and 4. Would you retract on your suggestion made to delete the clause and changing it to merging the clause?
I'm sorry, Chair, can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Yeah, since that clause number 12 have moved on to under clause number 3, the chair would like to ask whether or not the delegate would like to retain the delete clause suggestion made by Brunei Darussalam, or you would like to retract back your suggestion. Should the chair may suggest? Apologies, Lau, do you have anything to say? Okay. Okay, the chair would like to suggest for France to suggest an amendment on the merging of clause number 3 and number 4 that would benefit the whole member states and dialogue partners here in this meeting. So if you could craft the sentence on how you wish to merge, then we can take into consideration as part of your suggestion made on the clause.
Okay, can France be given 5 to 10 minutes to do that?
Sure, France. You may do so. If the chair may suggest to put it about 5 minutes for this one.
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you, France. Before going to do so as well, actually the chair would like to ask on voting for the motion proposed by Indonesia first. To add military activities unsolicited and non-routine. So the chair would like to ask on the whole countries and this meeting on voting for this motion, which is to add unsolicited and non-routine. If the chair may open the floor now to voting procedure for this one, please raise your hand on the suggestion made by Indonesia. Okay. We have 5, 9, 12. We need one more. Would it be coming from, again, delegate of, no, United States have raised her hand. Which delegate who have yet to raise hand? Yes, delegate of, thank you. So 14 in total. So delegate of Indonesia, the chair would like to ask, instead of adding the word unsolicited and non-routine after military activities, would it be okay for us to add it before the military activities? Grammatically correct, would it?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so thank you, Delegate of Indonesia. We shall add as this. If there is any amendments or grammatical error, please do so amended. Okay, so this one is the updated version of the suggestion made by Indonesia. If France could craft the clause 3 and clause 4 and has been given, okay. Okay, thank you, Delegate of France. So France suggested to merge. Apologies, just a second. Merge clause 3 and 4. As this clause suggested by France. Okay, seemingly that it would be France suggested to merge clause number 3 and number 4. Would it be possible for us to go back to clause number 3 for France to retract back on suggestion to delete phrase of all forms of military activities? Would it be okay, France?
Just a question. Does that mean that if number 4 is approved, number 3 will be deleted?
No, just to delete your suggestion, which is to this part.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Because at the end it will be merged as well. Okay, thank you. Now let's move on with the suggestion. I believe we shall foresee for the suggestion made by Delegate of France, which is to merge clause number 3 and clause number 4 with the specific word limiting unsolicited and so on and so forth, understanding that military activities has the same meaning for clause number 3 and number 4. So the chair would like to ask the Delegate of Brunei first.
Yes, Chair.
On the suggestion made by Delegate of France, are you okay with the suggestion made by Delegate of France?
Yes, Delegate of Brunei agreed to dismiss the amendment that we made prior to this and agree with France's stance.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Brunei. Thus, this will be deleted. Now moving on with voting for a suggestion proposed by Delegate of France, which is to merge clause number 3 and number 4. The chair would like to ask the delegates on the floor to vote upon this suggestion made by Delegate of France, and we
Chair,
would yes.
There is a problem. Encourage the governments. There's an S. There should be an S.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of France.
Apologies on my part.
No worries, no worries. Thank you for informing. Okay, now let's move on with the voting procedure. We would expect 14 delegates to vote upon this matter. 14 means that it is 14 delegation. Yes, those who wishes to vote on this motion, please raise your hands high and firm.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. The Delegate of Vietnam has been granted a permission by our lecturer because we finished our presentation already. So is it okay if we could vote?
Yes, Delegate of Vietnam. Thank you for stating your attendance for this meeting. And we would expect 15 delegations to vote on suggestion made by France. And we have seen just now 14, yes, 15. Okay, thus, thank you, delegates. You may lower your hand. Thus, the suggestion made by France to merge clause number 3 and 4 will be implemented in this and shall be written as so. Thank you, delegates. Moving on with clause.
Chair?
Yes, Indonesia.
There is a double wording in the clause number 3, hostile activities.
Okay. The chair would like to ask, would it be okay for all the delegates here to delete one of the activities here, as suggested by Delegate of Indonesia?
Yes, we all agree.
Okay, can we have raised hands for that from 15 delegations here, in a sense of consensus building? Okay, 14 now, we have one more. Okay, thank you, delegates. We shall delete the word activities on this clause.
Apologies on our part once again, and thank you, Indonesia, for pointing that out.
Okay, great. No worries. Thank you again, France and Indonesia. Seemingly with that is being done, let's move on with clause number 12 before clause number 16, before going back to our clause preambles on the first page of the joint statement. Moving on to clause number 12, Thailand would suggest to replace the word contribute with encourage to strengthen the economic sector among the ASEAN member states. So the chair here would like to ask and open the floor. Okay, before that, apologies, delegate. We shall have a 1 minute rest due to azan. Okay, just a second. Okay, delegates, 1 minute has passed. It's already 4:30. We have 1 more hour before the council session ends. I guess we shall proceed with where we have left, which is clause number 12, suggested by Delegate of Thailand to replace the word contribute with encourage. Before proceeding with voting on this proposal made by Delegate of Thailand, the chair would like to ask on the floor whether there are any proposal suggestion by the delegates here.
Not a proposal, but France has a question. France is confused as to how this will be carried out, and if it is mentioned in other any other clauses, could it possibly be merged? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Delegate of France. Yes, Delegate of Australia.
Seeing that France has mentioned her concerns, I would like to echo back what Francis has said. Just a question. What is the difference between clause 12 and clause 15, seeing that clause 12 is about strengthening the economic sector, and clause 15 is also to enhance the economy of ASEAN countries? Just a question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Yes, thank you, Delegate of Australia and Delegate of France. You may lower your hands. If the chair may suggest, it is a good point stating by Delegate of France to see that and Delegate of Australia to see that this clauses is too short, we would say. And to what Australia has mentioned, maybe Australia can suggest in merging the clause of 12 and clause number 15 as encouraging or encourage in strengthening the economic sector among ASEAN member states by implementing of the local ASEAN product engagement. Would Australia suggest on that, please?
Yes, Australia would like to suggest to merge clause 12 and clause 15 by encouraging to strengthen the economic sector among ASEAN member states by implementing of the local ASEAN product engagement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Australia. That will be in order. Just a second, let me strengthen the economic sector among ASEAN member states by Okay. Apologies, delegate, just a second. Add. Okay. Oh, sorry, this should not be added. Apologies, the chair stand corrected. All right. So, as already been suggested by the delegation of Australia, and the chair would like to ask on the floor. Okay, apologies, just a second. Let me think. Rapporteur, are you around?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Okay. Should we just like delete this? I mean, Australia suggested to merge. Should I just add merge here?
Yes, merge. Propose the proposal. Propose the proposal first, and then, yeah, like this. To this merge. Sorry, read merge.
Okay. Okay. I think we should delete this. Apologies. Yeah. We should delete this first. And okay.
Yeah.
Apologies. Australia suggested in merging the clause. The chair stand corrected. Apologies, delegates. Clause 12 and 15. Okay, let's vote upon this first, which is the suggestion. Okay, the chair would like to ask delegation of Thailand. Since that delegation of Australia and France agreed that the term encourage apologies, delegates. Okay, the chair would like to ask the delegate of Thailand on your suggestion for replacing the word contribute with encourage. Thailand, are you around?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, seemingly that your suggestion would be in accordance to what has been suggested by France and the Australia. Would it be possible for us to continue with suggestion made by Australia?
Yes, Chair, we are glad to have this clause merged.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Thailand. Then I believe we shall move on with voting the proposals suggested by Delegate of Australia first, which is to merge clause number 12 and clause number 15. In a way that it will be as how Australia would suggest later on, but we would ask the floor first to vote upon this suggestion, which is to merge clause number 12 and 15. If the delegates here agree, please raise hand for this suggestion. Yes, we have 12 on the floor. Do be reminded that there's no double voting on this floor, so we need only one delegates per delegations. Yes, we have 14 in total. Okay, 15 delegates. Thank you, delegates. So this thus will be merged with clause number 15. Delegate of Australia, would you be able to rephrase on how it will be suggested or how it will be written for clause number 12 and number 15? Australia, would you be able to do that?
Yes, sure. Can I do it now?
Yes, please.
Sorry
Just
for the first point of view.
no worries. You may send in the chat box later on, and we will amend as it is. So bear in mind 12 and 15 has been okay. So while waiting for Delegate of Australia to submit the proposal on the merging of clause 12 and 15, the chair would like to move forward with clause number 16 and would like to ask other delegates on the floor, are there any amendments to be made on clause number 16? Before that, this is actually a suggestion made by Vietnam, which is to add clause in encouraging the idea of implementing a joint patrol operation along with the coast guards of the other member states. Delegate of Vietnam, if you wish to elaborate more on your proposal, you may have the floor. Delegate of Vietnam.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
That suggestion was given during the unmoderated caucus just now.
Yes. Yes. Would you be able to elaborate more on this clause? Maybe what does other member states stands for? What does joint patrol operation stands for? And so on and so forth. If you could give elaboration on that, it would be helpful for other delegates to understand this clause. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So the reason why Vietnam wants the member state to consider this solution is that because the possibility of initiating a joint patrol along with the coast guards of the other states will enhance, it will prevent the Chinese government's maritime militia from affecting the claimant countries, because as we know, the Chinese fishing bands and maritime militia is currently affecting Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, and that's why Vietnam came up with this solution where it should be considered, where if we come together to in this coordinate this joint patrolling operation in the South China Sea in order to improve our information sharing system and to minimize the impact of China's action. And this joint patrol will also help us to drive out the Chinese maritime militia that is operating in the water, as well as it will help us to manage the IUU fishing. Vietnam is down for a substantive and effective COC rather than trying to achieve a symbolic agreement with a given set, with a given frame of time. So other negotiating, the COC negotiations should be expected, is known to be challenging and time consuming at the moment. So it's totally up to every member state to decide.
Okay.
So that's it from Vietnam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Vietnam. I hope that clears out on the background on why Vietnam suggested on adding clause number 15. Seeing that there are two delegates who raised her hands, which is coming from Delegate of Brunei and Delegate of Malaysia, we would go for Delegate of Brunei first. What is your concern, Delegate of Brunei?
Thank you, Chair. The delegates of Brunei would inquire two matters regarding to this clause. The first is, what is Vietnam's definitions on joint patrol operation? Perhaps can enlighten us more in that particular wording. And then the second matter is that along with the coast, as I quote, along with the coast guards of other member states, is this mean that all the ASEAN members, because there are certain ASEAN countries who are not, who does not have the sea, the territory, the sovereignty of the territory, the sea territory, because there are certain ASEAN country who is in a between of country who does not have sea. So how would this initiative or operation will work? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Brunei. Before proceeding with Vietnam in answering Brunei's inquiries, maybe Malaysia can state your concern for this clause. Yes, Malaysia.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So Malaysia is agree with Brunei that all of us want to know what is the Vietnam definition of joint petrol operation. And second is the same thing with Brunei. Other member state, is it they include the other member state beside of ASEAN, or
Okay.
is it only ASEAN?
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Brunei, if you please to lower your hand. Okay, thank you, delegates. Thank you. Seemingly, there are two concerns, which is on the joint patrol operation and on the other member states. Will it be focusing on the member state who have the territorial sea sovereignty or not, or it's only for member states as a whole? So Vietnam, you may have the floor in answering to that question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Delegate of Brunei and Delegate of Malaysia. The Delegate of Vietnam would like to would like to
elaborate more.
Elaborate more on the question from Delegate of Brunei first. What do we need a joint patrol? Okay, so as we are concerned that China is now operating their maritime militia in the water. So a joint patrol, like we mentioned earlier, this action from China is actually affecting Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and as well as Vietnam. So that's why Vietnam thought if the four of these, if the claimant countries could work together, and if possible, other member states as well could come together to defend this place as a whole, to prevent the Chinese maritime militia in operating waters. But this kind of clashes, it goes back to what Vietnam wanted earlier, to clause 9, because we wanted to merge. Vietnam has suggested that I forgot what we did. Remember clause 9, the merging of clause 9 and 12. However, when the discussion between China, Malaysia, and Vietnam happened earlier on, Vietnam decided to just retain with what was proposed earlier. So yeah, we would not go back to that clause since it's been already mutually agreed by everyone. However, right now for this case, I think it will it will be better if Vietnam just changes it to claimant states instead.
Okay, so thank you, Vietnam, for the elaboration. Before moving on for any more questions on the floor, the chair would like to replace ASEAN claimant state. Is that correct, Vietnam?
Correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, going back to the questions coming from Malaysia and Brunei. Brunei and Malaysia, are you clear with what Vietnam has already proposed and elaborated to your questions?
Thank you.
Is it a yes? Apologies. Okay, thank you for nodding for a yes. Okay, now, since that the suggestion made by Vietnam is on the clause suggested by Vietnam, the chair will only change here. Apologies, chair stand corrected. We shall delete this. Okay, so The last clause suggested by Vietnam would be to encourage the idea of implementing a joint patrol operation along with the coast guards of ASEAN claimant states. The chair would like to ask all the delegates here if you are agreeing to the clause added by Vietnam, please raise your hands high and firm. We need 15 delegations to vote on this. Thank you, delegates. It is already 15 delegates, and the chair would like to ask, would it be okay for this to be moved? Understanding that on the lower section would be on the economic section, it would be best to move it under clause number 12. Are there any suggestion by the floor to move clause number 15 to be under clause number 12? Yes, Delegate of Indonesia.
The delegates of Indonesia propose to move clause 15 to clause under clause 12.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Indonesia. Those who second to what proposed by Delegate of Indonesia, which is to move clause 15 to be under clause number 12, please raise your hands high and firm. We need 15 delegates to be in favor. I can see that there are delegates who voted twice. Yes, now it is already 15 participants voted. Thank you, delegates. It will be in order. We shall move clause number 14, apologies, clause number 15, under clause number 12. Okay, yes, Delegate of Brunei, you raised your hand just now.
I'm sorry, I believe it's technical issues. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, thank you, delegates. So, seeing that we have two more, I believe we shall finish up with the operational clauses first. We have one more suggested by Delegate of France, which is to change the word suggest to encourage on clause number 7. Repertoire, if you can move to clause number 7. Repertoire. Yes, on clause number 7. To replace the term or the word suggest with encourage, delegates who agreed for this motion, a suggestion proposed by Delegate of France, please raise your hands high and firm. Ten delegates, we need 4 more, 12, another 3 more. Okay, 15 participants in total, thus it will be implemented. We shall change the word suggest to encourage. Last but not least, the chair believes this would be the last one, having to be escalated from the previous session, which would be suggested by the Delegate of China, which is to delete the phrase of such as the judicial decision or the result of the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal. Yes, Delegate of Vietnam, do you have any points of concern? Delegate of Vietnam 1. Okay, thank you, Delegate. Now, the chair would like to open up for any motion to be proposed for this clause, which is, yes, France. Delegate of France, you may have the floor.
Delegate of France would like to ask China if they could explain once again why they would like this to be deleted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of France. Now, question directing to Delegate of China. Delegate of China, would you be able to answer France in a clear elaboration?
I'm sorry, Chair, one moment, yeah.
Okay, yes, Delegate of China.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, China, you're audible.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we believe that a bilateral negotiation is better. Yes, we believe a bilateral negotiation is better because there are a lot of cases that have been done through the arbitration, but the issue remains exists. To arbitration, there was a lot of issues that were brought to the International Court of Arbitration, but however, not all of the issues were solved, as well as we do know that Philippines and China, when Philippines raised the arbitration, China rejected it. This is because we preferred a bilateral negotiation to have a mutual win situation. Apart from that, arbitration can foresee and destroy all bad impacts on the friendship that is between ASEAN states as well as China. Apart from this, we would also like to emphasize that that's all. Yeah, from China. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of China. France, you may have your floor.
France needs a moment to gather their thoughts.
Okay. Okay, no worries, France. It is understandable because it is at least at the end of the day. Yes, Delegate of Brunei Darussalam, you may state your concern.
Yes, Delegate of Brunei would point out two grounds or 2 points regarding to the deliberation that elaborated by China. So the first reason that they disagree with such clause, with such wordings to be inserted in this clause, which is the judicial decision or the result of the International Court of Arbitration Tribunal. Well, they believe they stance that just simply because the tribunal was not in favor of them, they disagree and they use the stance or they make excuse that they have the jurisdiction to refuse the decision made by the arbitration. And they support it by saying they would likely to support the bilateral negotiations. And the delegate of Brunei thought that aren't we in the bilateral negotiations right now? Because we are currently discussing, we have agreement between two groups or countries, more than one country that we negotiating. So the ASEAN countries right now negotiate with China that we would like China and the rest of ASEAN countries, or the rest of the countries that we are currently in the meeting right now, to adhere with the UNC clause and the legislation such as the judicial decision and the result of International Court Arbitration Tribunal. So if the China say they agree, they would likely to support on bilateral negotiation, then they should follow this clause, this wording, because currently we in the bilateral negotiations. And to say that they refuse the arbitral tribunal. Yes, we understand that sometimes in arbitration proceeding, the decision made in arbitration might not be it just simply merely a persuasive decision, it's not legally binding. It means that one of the dispute party can choose to adhere or to follow mate. But still again, the stance made by China to refuse the decision made by the tribunal it just doesn't make sense just because it was unfavorable to them. So therefore, we believe that the justification made by China right now is inconsistent with themselves, that knowing the fact that we are currently in such a conference which indirectly proceeding with bilateral negotiation. So to refuse meaning you are go against with your own statement, China. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegation of Brunei, for an extensive elaboration on this specific preamble clause. Again, before moving on with voting, does China would like to state anything in replying to Delegate of Brunei, or we can directly go for other amendments to be made on the floor?
All right, so Delegate of China want to clarify something. So first, regarding on the rejection of the arbitration, if under the international law, the China has the right to refuse the result of the arbitration, because the arbitration currently in 2013 regarding the Philippines versus the People Republic of China. So the China have the power, have the authority under the law to refuse. Besides, the China, on our perspective of China, we thought that if we accept the result, it might cause some break of the friendship between the Philippines. So we thought that the best solution to resolve this South China Sea dispute will be going for the bilateral negotiation with the Asian claimant countries. So responding to the Brunei question regarding that, whether the Brunei is one of the bilateral negotiation, yes. So we are going to negotiate with the Asian claimant country as well. So that's all from the Delegate of China.
Okay, thank you for clarification, delegation of China. Okay, then the chair would like to open for this preamble clause for any amendments to be made or to be suggested by any other countries. Are there any amendments on the floor for adhering to the UNCLOS 1982 and legislation, so on and so forth? If there is any, please raise your hands high and firm.
Apologies, Chair, can you please repeat?
Yes, Delegate of Australia, for this clause, which is adhering to the UNCLOS 1982 and legislation, such as the judicial decision, so on and so forth, are there any amendments to be made on this preamble clause, preambulatory clause? If there is any amendments to be made, please raise your hands high and firm. Yes, Delegate of China.
So I just want to POI. So
okay.
We have already proposed the delete such as the judicial decision, right? We already proposed the amendment, right?
Yes, you proposed the amendment to delete such as the judicial decision onwards.
Right, then Delegate of China will not have any amendments. We will follow the previous, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. You may lower your hand. Yes, Delegate of Brunei.
The Delegate of Brunei would request to delete the word of legislation such as. It should be adhering to the UNC Clause 1982 and the judicial decision or the result of the International Court Arbitration Tribunal. Yeah.
Delete legislation such as by Brunei. Okay, now we have two suggestions on the floor, which is coming from delegation of China and coming from delegation of Brunei. Okay, let's vote upon. Okay, before voting upon this clause, delegates, the chair would like to remind that clause above adhering would be almost as similar as clause recalling, as stating that there is already mentioned UNCLOS 1982 above there, but it is only recalling as UNCLOS 1982 as the foundation of the settlement of many maritime dispute. But going for the adhering to UNCLOS 1982, it will be for the delegates in agreeing that the clauses and the legislations as well as judicial result or decision will be adhered by all of the member states that attended this meeting for today. So seemingly that Delegate of China is suggesting on an extensive deletion towards the term of such as the judicial decision, the result of the International Court of Arbitration. The chair would like to actually go for the suggestion made by the Delegate of Brunei first, understanding that this is more on towards the whole sentence as a whole, and plus it is for the phrase of legislation such as. So if the chair can actually get a vote for this clause, specifically for the motion suggested by Brunei to delete the word legislation such as. Can the delegates here vote for the suggestion made by Brunei, Darussalam? Eleven delegates on the floor voting yes, 12. We need 13 more for this point, for this suggestion to pass, for this amendment to pass. 13, we need 2 more. Okay. Which delegate is not voting?
France.
Okay, apologies. That 13 delegates who voted, please lower your hand. Those 2 delegates who did not vote, please raise your hand. It will be coming from Delegate of France and Delegate of
United States.
United States. Okay, Delegate of Indonesia, would you please lower your hand? Yes, let's hear from Delegate of France first before going to the Delegate of United States.
Thank you. Delegate of France feels as though deleting legislation such as is too specific in a sense. Delegate of France feels that in case in the future there is any other legislations, and today we have made the choice to delete that, to delete those words, suddenly whatever is decided in the future will no longer be relevant and will no longer be used. Therefore, it is safer for ASEAN countries. It is better for ASEAN countries in their own interest to include the words legislation such as. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of France. Let's hear from Delegate of United States.
Delegation of United States have same point of view with delegation of France. It seems basically the situation same with the issue that occur in Article 4, which is we don't want to be too specific, and we do not know how it will come in the future. So yeah, instead of becomes more specific, just mention legislation and such as the current issue, which is the judicial decision that made by arbitration tribunal. Thank you.
Okay,
may France add on?
Yes, Delegate of France.
Okay, France would like to add on that France heavily advises ASEAN countries, especially claimant states, to look out for their future interests instead of just their current interests. Whilst these countries have stated that they do not need foreign powers and they do not need help, it is clear that they are not looking out for their own interests and that they should do so. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of France and Delegate of the United States. Does the chair believes that we shall hear from the Delegate of Brunei or the statement made by France and the United States? What is your response to that? Delegate of Brunei, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
The delegate of Brunei understood before this that the definition of legislation, meaning that other international law, right? So when the wording is that adhering to the UNC clause 1982, one of the international law that is ratified by most countries in the meeting right now, and legislations, it's pretty vague in this circumstance. And legislation, and what other legislations are those? So right now, in that legislations, it gives the example, the wording here, if you could see, it says such as the judicial decisions or the result of International Court of Arbitral Tribunal. In the legal perspective, judicial decision or any decision made in the international court or international arbitration tribunal, it would not be considered as legislation. It would consider as judicial perspective. In a sense, it would not be obligated upon any countries if it's not the party of the dispute. So meaning to say it's a persuasive remarks for the implementation of certain decision made by the court, but it will not consider as legislation. So in this sense, if we put the sentence to adhere with the UNC Clause 1982 and legislation such as, which means you're trying to give example of legislation is judicial decision, it would not consider as sound in this sentence. That's why in the perspective of delegates of Brunei. Thank you.
Chair, can the delegate of China say something?
Yes, China.
The delegate of China would like to rewrite the whole clause. Okay. Adhering to the UN Clause 1982 and any form of legislations.
Okay, would it be, does that mean that you would want to add any form of legislation?
Yes, and we would like to delete, yes, correct.
Okay, just a second. Let me let the apologies. Let the chair. Okay, just a second. It should be here. So the delegate of China would suggest to add adhering to the UNCLOS 1982 and any forms of legislation. Add any forms of legislation.
May
Yes,
France
Chair.
add on to that?
Yes, delegate of France.
France agrees with China's suggestion. However, France would like to add on any form of past or future legislations.
Okay, would delegate of China agree in adding the term past and future legislation? Any past and future forms of legislation?
One moment, yeah, Chair.
Okay. Seemingly that it is different. Let the chair type down on the on
Chair?
this. Yes.
Yes, we are okay with it. So it would be adhering to the UN Clause 1982 and any past and future legislations.
Future forms of legislation or future past and future legislation. Sorry, apologies. So does that mean add any past and future forms of legislation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That will be in order. Just a second. This would be coming from China, France. Okay, just a second, delegate. Okay. Okay. Yes, Brunei Darussalam. Please make it quick. Brunei, you have been recognized.
Yes, Chair. I have a my apology. Delegates of Brunei have the difficulty to understand the wording in this clause. We totally agree the agreement made by France and China to recreate this clause. However, the meaning of adhering means that we're standing in the point that we must follow. We should follow. And to put the wording of UNC Clause 1982, it is soundly understandable because we all in the dispute of sea territory dispute. However, to put "and" meaning to say we are trying to say that all of the countries in the meeting today have to follow, should follow any legislation, any international legislation, any international law Doesn't this sound it's go against with the international principle, which means that the international law is not obliged unless the country wish to ratify. So it's more like a persuasive sense. So if we follow this joint agreement, saying that any international law passed in the future, all the country in the meeting have to follow.
Okay, understandable. Thank you, Delegate of Brunei. If the chair may suggest, would Brunei suggest in changing the term adhering to some other term that will be in a way that other delegates can have a consensus? Apologies, Delegate. Yes,
sorry,
Delegate
Chair.
of US.
So, delegation of Brunei. So that's mean right now, what we understand right now for this statement, basically it is applicable for those countries that ratify UN clause, and for those countries that involved with any kind of past or future form legislation. That we understand towards this statement. So basically, it does not implement for those countries that not ratify UN clause as well. Do you get it?
Yes, United States. Thank you so much. However, what is the specific meaning of definition of legislation? It's pretty vague and ambiguous in this matter. Because as the delegate of Brunei, we cannot simply just agree on this certain clause by not understanding what kind of legislation that we have to adhere to in the future. We are looking forward to our people as well. If we just agree with this matter, it means that we agree on in any kind of legislations. And in international perspective, Brunei has certain norms and culture and religion that we have to respect. So we are concerned regarding to this, unless the United States will enlighten us what is the specifically mean any past and future form of legislation. Legislation in the understanding of Brunei is the international law.
If Delegate of China may I interrupt?
Yes, China.
Okay, thank you. Here's the thing. We believe just Brunei, but yes,
sorry, China, can you repeat it?
Okay. We understand that this legislation does not just apply to Brunei, but it does also apply to every other country that is here right now. So saying that Brunei has its concerns regarding whether the legislation should be against its cultures, policies, and traditions is, I don't think so. We don't think so. It would be a big issue because legislations like Brunei mentioned just now, it is international law. And as we are aware of, international law they do take into consideration of a country's traditions, cultures, and their practices. Really have no idea as to what is Brunei being worried about. So this is what China thinks.
Okay. Okay. Due to the interest of time, if the chair may interfere, Brunei definition of legislation would be international law. Am I correct, Brunei? Would it be okay if China, France, and the US be lenient in changing the word legislation with international law to give a clearer clarification?
Yeah, US okay with that.
France is okay too.
How about China?
China is okay too.
Okay.
My apology, Chair. That was not the Brunei's concern. It's not the wording. It's the concern that we have to follow the legislation.
I believe, sorry, Chair, if China may interrupt.
Yes, please.
Brunei, we do believe that in the previous discussion, Brunei has mentioned that every country, including China, does answer to the international law according as well as follow the international law. So we are not very sure on what is bothering Brunei for if we change the legislations to international law.
Thank you. France would just like to add that France urges Brunei to speak with simpler terms. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Apologies. Thank you. Thank you coming from Delegate of France and China. Yes, Delegate of the Australia.
I would like to, sorry, the Delegate of Australia would like to second France.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Australia, for seconding France. Yes, Delegate of Malaysia.
Yes, the Delegate of Malaysia is agree with China because international law itself is anarchy. There's no, if we don't want second France and China.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Malaysia, for the clarification. Going back to what the chair has already mentioned, maybe the concern that is raised by Brunei is on the term of adhering. Would it be correct, Delegate of Brunei? So
Precisely, good.
yes,
Precisely, Chair. Yes.
yes. Thank you, Delegate of Brunei. So as what have been proposed by delegation of Brunei, as what has been proposed by Chair just now, which is for the delegation of Brunei to propose on changing the term of adhering to some other that will be accepted by all of the delegates here would also be best. Proposing a term that could benefit not only for your country and for other countries as well. Yes, Delegate of United States, you may state your concern.
So, like we mentioned just now, basically, this statement just applicable for those countries that ratify that's kind of particular legislation, that's kind of particular international law. But for those who are not applicable for it or ratify for it, why you need to adhere for the convention that you are not ratify? Do you get it? So what we understand right now, for those countries that ratify, they must adhere to those convention as well.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of the United States. We are hearing from Delegate of China. Yes, China.
We believe that Brunei is one of the countries that has ratified, right?
Yeah.
So
So
what is your point, US?
My point is why we need to change adhering to the other terms.
Understandable.
That is what we've been asking also.
To answer your concern, United States.
So we believe that it is not it is not for us to change it.
It's extremely difficult to understand Brunei's problem when we are not given an alternative choice. If right now we are being told that there's something wrong with the word adhering, then maybe Brunei could propose a better word instead of just saying there is a problem.
Yes, China definitely supports France on this.
All right.
Right.
We follow it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, France. And in order to make it more simpler and to resolve this, seems that the problem was the word adhering and the word and any past or future forms of international law or legislations, the same thing. The delegate of Brunei would suggest we remain the word adhere. However, we substitute the word and into to or. Rather than put and, put or.
Okay, so does that mean adhering to the UNCLOS 1982 to any, to, apologies, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Delegate of Brunei, thank you. It is in order. Just a second. Replace or.
Delegate of Brunei.
Yes.
France would just like to ask if the word and is replaced with or, does that mean that they should only abide to one and not both?
Yes, because like the United States mentioned, if the country ratified with certain legislation or international law, meaning they have to abide with that law. However, if we say here and, meaning that any past or future legislation that if the country does not ratify, they have to follow. The wording here is very dangerous for us to put because if we agree on this joint settlement, right, and we say that we have to adhere or the UNC clause, we all agree with that, and any kind of other future and past legislation, international law that would happen, But if the certain countries in this meeting do not ratify it, they have to follow either way because they agreed with this joint settlement. So in order to resolve this, those countries who not ratify any kind of other legislation, right, in the past or in the future, they may choose. So they are not abide or they are not having this legal obligation pertaining to this joint settlement.
Yes, thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate. Just a second. I believe, okay, as chair, the chair would like to take up the floor in explaining why the Delegate of Brunei would like to change the term "and" with "or," understanding the fact that we have different types of legislation or international law, such as UNCLOS and any other forms, past and future forms of international law, knowing that the term international law is vague and broad. Thus, it would be okay for the chair to agree to suggestion made by Brunei, understanding it is benefiting other delegates, not only coming from China, France, and the United States, knowing that apparently the delegate of China and the United States as well, and coming from many other delegates, did not ratify all of the international conventions, understanding that there are some limitations in accordance to the domestic procedures of attending to those international convention in the parliament, for example, as in Malaysia. So Brunei's concern is that the word "and" in this clause will be adding up our adherence towards UNCLOS and any other forms of international law, which would be weighing our responsibility more heavily, as that would be the easiest way to put it. Because the word "and" would be UNCLOS and other international forms, understanding that any other forms of international law is not being ratified by any other nations. Apologies, Delegate. Do you understand what am I trying to clarify here?
Chair, if Delegate of China may interrupt, we believe that we understand the issue that's been bothering Brunei now, but we would like to address some of the previous discussions and facts that has been made by Brunei and ask them a few questions. First of all, in the previous discussions, during the first time when China proposed for the deletion of International Court of Arbitration Tribunal part and to implement international law, UN clause and international law, I believe that Brunei mentioned that UN clause is already an international law. And why do we try to juggle up between international law and UN clause? But however, then Brunei agreed to that. And now Brunei has an issue between saying "and" "or." So honestly,
apologies,
China is.
Can you wrap up your statement, China, before the chair is speaking?
So we are quite confused on that part as to what is really bothering Brunei.
Okay, what is bothering Brunei? Apologies, delegates. However, due to the interest of time, we only have 4 minutes on the floor before our session ends at 5:30. I believe it would be best to vote upon this joint statement as a whole. Rapporteur, Fadil, are you around? Fadil, are you around?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I forget to unmute my microphone. Was it earlier?
Yes, we have one clause that is not, how to move about with this one clause?
Okay, if this, we cannot escalate more to the next session, if it is such a, a wise way to put it back to the status quo, which is we maintain the original sentence without any replacement, without any amendment.
Okay, understanding that fact, although this have any problems to find a consensus as a whole, the chair will go back into
Chair.
Yes, China.
Delegate of China has a POI.
Yes.
Can't we just vote on all the amendments like we previously did?
For this matter?
Yes. Because I believe that Brunei, China, as well as France has made a lot of amendments right there. So we can just have it as a normal voting session and choose on what the all the countries agree upon, right? Or am I wrong? Or are we wrong?
Okay, thank you, China, for stating that. But due to the interest of time, we only have about 1 more minute, and the reason being why we cannot vote only for one specific clause is for us to vote the joint statement as a whole. So if we are unable to find a consensus for this one term, for this one clause, we have to find as a whole. And understanding the fact that this clause is still a problem, we should vote upon the joint statement as a whole. Again, delegate, you may vote to agree or you may vote to disagree with the joint statement as prepped by all of you for these 2 days. Seeing that the time is at 5:29, the chair would like to go upon the rapporteur to go back to Moon Coordinated and to open back the roll call. I would say it would be the best way for me to see on the name of the delegates. So for this time around, apologies to the organizing committee. Can we extend about 10 more minutes for this session? Technical team. Okay. Yes, can we extend for 10 more minutes for this session? Although it has already it's already 5:30. Can we extend about up until 5:40?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you, team. Okay, so in this case, the chair would like to ask all of the delegates, are they agreeing to the joint statement prep for the last 2 days? And the chair will go in accordance to the name list on the screen. So if you are agreeing, then you can say that you are agreeing to the statement or you're agreeing to the joint statement. But if you're disagreeing, then just to mention that if one country disagrees with the joint statement, the whole joint statement will be a failure. So let's start with the delegation of Australia.
Yes, Chair, we agree to this
Thank you.
statement.
Thank you, Delegate of Australia. Coming to Delegate of China.
Yes, Chair.
Agree? Okay. Delegate of the United Kingdom.
We agree.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Thank you, United Kingdom. Moving to the Delegate of France.
France agrees.
Thank you, France. Moving to the Delegate of the United States. Delegate of United States.
Agree.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of United States. Moving on to the delegation of Brunei Darussalam.
Delegation of Brunei Darussalam is agree.
Thank you, Delegate of Brunei. Moving on to Delegate of Cambodia.
Delegate of Cambodia is agree.
Thank you, Delegate of Cambodia. Moving on to Delegate of Indonesia.
Delegate of Indonesia is agree.
Thank you, Indonesia. Moving on to Laos.
Delegates of Laos is agree also.
Thank you, delegation of Laos. Moving on to Delegate of Malaysia.
Delegate of Malaysia are agree.
Thank you, Malaysia. Moving on to Delegate of Myanmar.
The delegates of Myanmar agree.
Moving on, thank you, Delegate of Myanmar. Moving on to Delegate of the Philippines.
The delegates of Philippines are agree.
Thank you, Delegate of Philippines. Moving on to Delegate of Singapore.
Delegate of Singapore, agreed.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Singapore. Moving on to Delegate of Thailand.
Delegate of Thailand, agree.
Okay, last but not least, it will be coming from Delegate of Vietnam.
Yes, Delegate of Vietnam agrees.
Okay, with this, the joint statement passes. Yay! Clap,
Yay!
Congrats to you. Okay, so this will be the joint statement.
Chair?
Yes, I know. Apologies.
Yeah, okay,
This
all
is
right.
second repertoire.
All right.
I know. Okay, you're still in
All right.
formal session. Apologies. Apologies. Back to formal session. Okay. And now the chair would like to open up for a floor for all of the delegates to give a speech for about 30 seconds. Am I correct, Rapporteur?
See, yeah.
Yes, 30 seconds for a closing remarks, understanding the fact that we don't have enough time. We only have up until 5:40, and I believe 30 seconds would be beneficial for all of the delegates to speak about your agreement or your your opinion, so on and so forth, after the whole session. It's just a closing remark, as how you would give an opening remarks to the during the first day. It is just a closing remarks to close and end the session. This is technically like the ASEAN summit as a whole. All right, delegate. While waiting for Rapporteur to add all of the member states that attended this meeting as of today. Just a second. 3 more countries. So your speech will be in 30 seconds. So this can be, speech is coming from either one of your delegation. So one of the delegates in your delegation have 30 seconds to speak. All right. So let's start off with Delegate of Australia. 30 seconds. Starts now. Australia.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
The Delegate of Australia believes that reflecting back to our joint statement just now, we think that all of us had reached to a consensus after it took so long, after all the sweat and tears. Though we hope that we could see all of other countries again in our future conference. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Australia. Moving on to the delegation of Brunei Darussalam. You have 30 seconds. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, chairs and distinguished delegates. Brunei appreciates every single one of you for being here. Even in the end, we reached this agreement, but we believe, Brunei Darussalam believe, that it is because of the deep concern of these issues. I hope the Sea Eagle solution that Brunei proposed fly high and proud. Muafakat membawa berkat. Thank you all.
Thank you, delegation of Brunei Darussalam. Moving on, next to speak would be delegation of Cambodia. Your 30 seconds starts now.
Delegate of Cambodia are grateful for managed to attend this meeting and feeling appreciate the other delegate to be able to be here too. Despite there is some heating debate and a little bit of fighting between the delegates, but it is fun and it is such a good experience for me. Also, another note, I think next time we shouldn't let the foreign power to use the Asian to fighting.
Okay, thank you, Cambodia. Next to speak would be delegation of China. Your 30 seconds starts whenever you speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. It was very nice discussion that we had for the past 2 days. To all the Asian countries for finally having a joint statement that is beneficial for all of us. But however, China would like to also express that after all this, China still has some, is quite not satisfied with Brunei as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of China. Moving on to Delegate of France. Your 30 seconds starts whenever you speak.
France would like to begin by stating we are on the same page as China. We do have some reluctancy about the final product of our conferences, even though we did agree there is reluctancy in that agreement. However, besides from that, France would like to thank every nation here. Thank you for accepting us as the foreign power and listening to all advices which France has been given. We hope that everything we have offered has helped in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of France. Moving on, Delegate of Indonesia.
The Delegate of Indonesia wish to express our deepest and sincere gratitude to each and every delegate that attends and participate in today's meeting. So Indonesia would like to end on the note that even if this dispute take 100 years for us to solve, let today's be the first step into that dream solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate of Indonesia. Next to speak would be Delegate of Laos.
Thank you, Chair. We as Lao PDR are quite satisfied with our meeting for these 2 days, which we uphold the diplomatic ways, even though there were some long-heated debate. But we Lao PDR really appreciate every country's effort to put an end to this long-term dispute. So without a doubt, for these 2 days, Laos believe that it was such a fruitful sessions for all of us. That's all from now.
Thank you, Delegate of Laos. Next to speak would be Delegate of Malaysia. Malaysia, the floor is yours.
It is an honor for Malaysia, and we are blessed for this opportunity to speak to all of you. The goal of regional unity, stability, and prosperity is not Malaysia alone. It is a vision which we have all committed to. Malaysia will continue to work to achieve that vision and the program of work outlined for the years ahead. As we do so, we will continue to work together closely like ASEAN always has. We are more than just a regional body, we are a family. To conclude this speech, we would like to congratulate the chairs, project directors, and all capable committees for this model ASEAN Meeting Summit organized by UM and also ALSA for this successful online event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate of Malaysia. Next to speak would be Delegate of Myanmar. Your 30 seconds starts whenever you speak.
Thank you, Chair. So the Delegate of Myanmar would like to say thank you to every delegate here. First, we have seen a lot of different points of view and statements from other delegates during this section, but in the end, we come to a fruitful joint statement. So we would like to thank everyone, and we hope that every dispute is not including the South China Sea dispute and others can be settled peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Myanmar. Next to speak would be Delegate of Philippines.
Good evening. The Delegate of Philippines feels appreciated and honored to be with all the ASEAN members and also the foreign countries, as it creates a good discussion and heated debate between all the countries. It's also create a various opinions and views that regards we must respect and be honor what is we need to follow. As it come to the joint statement, it creates a fruitful discussion with all the countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Philippines. Now moving on with Delegate of Singapore. Your 30 seconds starts whenever you speak.
Okay. The Delegate of Singapore very blessed that we can join in this conference and reach a very fruitful joint statement here. We restate that as Singapore in recent years, we have pursued a balanced foreign policy seeking to avoid getting caught in political competition. So with that, we really hope that we have a peaceful conversation in this ASEAN, and we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Singapore. Next to speak would be Delegation of the United Kingdom. Your 30 seconds starts whenever you speak. Oh, apologies. Apologies, Chair stand corrected. It will be Delegation of Thailand. Delegation of Thailand, you have 30 seconds to speak.
Thank you, Chair. So the Kingdom of Thailand would like to express our gratitude to be here in this fruitful discussion of 2 days. So we are glad that finally we have reached the end of the discussion and we have finally solved and come to the conclusion and solution diplomatically, which we have been emphasizing since the start. With that, Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Thailand. Moving on to Delegate of United Kingdom. Your 30 seconds starts whenever you speak.
Thank you, Chair. The delegates of the United Kingdom would like to thank all the wonderful delegates and honorable chairs for making the Model ASEAN meeting a great and fruitful one. Even though UK seems not to be involved fully as UK is not part of the claimants, and also this is delegate of UK feels that UK does not have any important stand in this meeting, and we also had difficulties in preparing the position paper as there were not much information on the internet. Overall, it feels glad to be a part of the Model ASEAN meeting, and we are glad we can conclude this heated discussion and having joint statement that beneficial to all of us. I hope this will be the best solution and there is no country left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate of United Kingdom. Thank you. Next to speak would be coming from the Delegate of United States.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. So, delegation of United States just want to say thanks to all the delegation that attend for today, for this session and for the ASEAN Council. And especially also we want to thank to the China because some I have a structured argument and also the checks and balance towards the code of conduct itself. So basically it's such a, last but not least, delegation of US want to look forward how far this kind of code of conduct can solve this kind of dispute.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate of the United States. Last but not least would be coming from the Delegate of Vietnam. Delegate of Vietnam.
Thank you, Chair. The delegates of Vietnam realized that we were all here these 2 days to represent our countries, push ourselves in debate, and pass good resolutions. The delegates of Vietnam would like to express our sincere gratitude to all countries for the unexpected consensus. We, the delegates of Vietnam, know that we are not as experienced as many others who have filled this role, but it has been an honor being part of this conference. We are constantly delighted at the level of debate and the skills the countries has shown, that I can only feel hope for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate of Vietnam, and to all the delegates here for the closing remarks coming from each delegation. It is safe to say now that the meeting for today will be adjourned, suspended. Claps and props to you guys. As for the chair for today, the chair was shooketh. We didn't know that you guys would agree to the joint statement. I believe all of the delegates here are tired.
Agree. Salah tak apa kata Alif dah lapar nak makan.
All of us are tired, Chair. We just agree with anything.
It is obvious sitting from your faces, actually, delegates. Before passing the floor to the special task, you guys cannot leave first. You have an rehat pukul 6 kan? Pukul 6 masuk balik kan? Apologies, informal session. I can speak in Malay already kan? Okay. Just a second. I forgot the timetable. Okay, yes, break up until 6 actually. Our break is up until 6 p.m. So as chair, the chair would like to congratulate all of the delegates here to be assertive for a very great discussion that you guys have already shown in this council. And the chair really hopes that you guys truly understand how Model ASEAN Meeting works and how does Model United Nation works. And to those who have already experienced Model United Nation, you can seemingly agree that the way to go through the joint statement is different with any other Model United Nation. And it is actually lengthy, hence the reason why it is actually difficult to do it in 2 days. The chair is shocked as well to see 16 clauses as a total. Supposedly for Model ASEAN Meeting, we have to go clause by clause if all of the delegates agree with such clause. The first one, we only did the amendments, so we didn't go clause by clause just yet. And due to the interest of time, we only have to go a joint statement as a whole, to which we did at the very end before the closing remarks coming by the delegates here on the floor. But the delegates, but the chair sees that all of the delegates here harmonize very well with your partner, although you guys have not ever met in real life, but you guys work perfectly well with your co-delegates, and that's what actually coming from myself wanted to achieve after for this Model ASEAN Meeting Special Summit joint venture with ALSA UUM and UUM-UN. And coming from the chair's side, apologies if the chair did any mistake throughout the sessions or elaborated certain parts due to the chair's lack of focus sometimes, especially in the morning. So apologies to that, delegates. And I hope that all of you guys here can still maintain your relationships, your diplomatic relations with your co-delegates, maybe to be working as well in the future should you guys have any a collaboration you guys would seek for among ALSA UUM and UUM-UN. And that's about it. Actually, coming from the chair, you guys have done very well. Hope that you guys can venture out for many more MUNs or Model ASEAN Meeting as a whole in the future. So, Lego delegates, thank you. Thank you so much. So, you guys can have a rest. Good dulu. No worries, Cambodia. It is a very funny sight for us to see, actually. It does it does wake us up, actually.
Saya pakai Instagram dah gambar tu
Astaga, kesian Cambodia. Yeah, actually, Chair, Co-Chair Fadil, do you have anything to say?
No, nothing. From Imin, Co-Chair.
Oh, Imin is typing.
Sorry.
Stop miming.
I can't help it. I'm bored. It's the end of the event now, guys. Feel free to put yourselves in the back. I legit thought that one of you will disagree with the joint statement. I was looking at you, China.
I was like waiting, US I can disagree, girl.
I thought, yeah.
By right, supposedly, yeah. Supposedly in real life, if you're disagreeing to one clause, you can actually disagree. But due to the fact that you guys are already tired, so it's kind of like understandable.
You can be an asshole delegate.
Yeah, you can actually be an asshole.
Before this, I mentioned yang what if US disagree with the joint statement?
In this session, before we proceed to the final agenda, Special Task Bureau, you may have the floor now.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, hi, my name is Nur Shazrina. You can call me Shaz, and I'm with my partner, Adam Aziz. I don't know, where are you? I can see you here. Okay, actually I'm quite afraid want to talk with you guys because after I watch your debating sessions, like whoa, okay, can I interrupt you guys right now? Can I ganggu you punya masa sebentar, okay?
Okay, actually we have games for you, but you want to play game first or you want to relax first?
Relax.
Okay. Actually, I'm curious about China. You actually can. What? Whoa. Ooh, don't spotlight me. Oh my god, malunya.
This is actually a talk from viewers. We are viewing your session and somehow we are fascinated with you guys punya semangat to debate, to meet, and to actually share you guys punya opinion on certain issues. So Shazrina here is very macam apa ini
I'm very curious about China. China, what is your mind when Brunei keep on attacking you? I'm like, Brunei keep on arguing your point. China, what do you think about that, China? Are you okay with that? Oh, bendera Cambodia.
China, is it? Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. That matter. I mean, like at the end of the day, like during that specific point, at that time especially, France, US, and China, we actually like impossibly like we worked together, like we understood what was going on, and at the same time, the three of us, like the three countries, France, US, and China, none of us understood as to what was Brunei going on about, like why, because it's a matter of N or R. Yes, it's that simple. But however, if it was N, then all the countries are supposed to abide by both the laws, UN clause as well as international law. But if it were R, according to Brunei, the countries could actually like choose, like, no, I don't want to choose UN clause. I'm just gonna go ahead with this. Like it doesn't make sense. However, due to the chair's discussion, at the end of the day, we came out, with agreed joint statements. And yes, China is also happy about it, even though we do have dissatisfaction. However, regarding the other clauses in the joint statements, we are quite happy about it. And yes, that's all from China. Thank you.
Welcome, US. I want to know why your face like the whole session during when you arguing about the adhering. It's like you keep on holding your head and keep on smiling like you are not agree with it, but you don't say anything. I mean, like you pointed that point, but then you keep on silence. And Brunei, China, France keep on arguing about that. Why, US? What's wrong with you? I saw just now you use the pirates punya filter. Where are you? Where are you? I can't see you. US.
Regarding the what we call it, the argument that we want to propose, basically it seems like, yeah, on our behalf also we also not clear what kind of what we call it, what kind of agreement basically occurred between of us. So yeah, just hold it and yeah, silent.
I saw you have the point, you pinpoint the point, but then you keep on silent. And I say, oh, Brunei banyak point, tapi Brunei punya point keep on clashing with France, with China. I'm like, wow, macam mana korang debate the whole day.
At last though, it seems like whole three of us, foreign power, attack Brunei. Sorry, we are really sorry, Brunei. It seems like dah nak habis kot, tapi macam just make it pass. Why not? Sorry, Brunei.
Brunei, you want to say something? Brunei
kecil tapi banyak minyak. Hi
guys.
And
hi
delegates from Brunei, welcome. How are you? Are you okay?
I don't know. I think I had fun, especially the last part where the three big country try to attack one tiny country, Brunei. So the thing kan, dia tak ada isu pun. Sebenarnya isu dia macam ni. Ayat the first tu, ayat dia kata, ayat dia awal-awal sebelum China nak amend ayat tu kata adhere. Maksudnya adhere maksudnya we should adhere to international law and dia cakap international law and legislation such as judicial decision made in international court and arbitration. And then dia kata international law and legislation. Korang nampak tak kat situ? Syaz, do you nampak tak? International law and legislation. And then lepas tu Fatin cakap lah, kenapa nak international law? Lepas tu China pun kata, okay, kami nak amend ayat tu international law and UNC clause. Tak nak judicial decision. Lagilah macam tak make sense. Korang faham tak? International law and UNC clause. UNC clause tu international law kan? United Nations of Convention Law of the Sea, it's an international law. And then diorang nak adhere to international law and UNC clause. And then I say lah, Okay, kita buanglah international law tu, kita adhere to UNC clause and the judicial revision. Tak perlulah legislation. And then diorang kata, no, kita tak nak judicial revision, kita nak legislation and UNC clause. And then kita orang berkata lah, waktu Brunei kata lah, ya tapi kan dah ada UNC clause. Lepas tu diorang kata, nampaknya Brunei ni tak faham kot legislation ni. Lepas tu dia macam, okay. Lepas tu tak cukup dengan legislation tu, diorang nak tambah lagi. The past and new legislation. So we must adhere with UNC clause and the past and new legislation. Lagilah tak make sense, like international law mana kita boleh ikut kalau kita tak ratified. Diorang kata, kalau country tu tak ratified tak apalah ikut. Yes, that's the point. Kenapa kamu suruh kita orang follow dalam joint settlement? You say adhere to UNC clause and past and future legislation. Do you nampak tak the point here? Diorang contradicting with their own points. So.
But it's quite funny. You guys arguing until one last statement. One last clause tak sempat nak amend or tak sempat nak discuss. But yeah, it's quite interesting when I see you guys arguing about that thing. Semua macam, tapi satu je. Cambodia, when we say about Cambodia, everyone laughing. Cambodia and France very, very friendly. I thought they won't argue at any time lah. Diorang akan cakap, okay, I agree with Cambodia, France agree with Cambodia, Cambodia agree with France. Paling best. Boleh berhijrah Bagus betul France. Okay, sorry. Okay. Actually we did a game tau about songs game. So kita main sekejap lah. Sebab memandangkan korang semua macam masih lagi dalam mood nak debating. It's okay. Kita tengok delegates mana yang menang. Delegate from which countries yang akan menang. Ada, would you mind share screen?
Sure.
Boleh.
Kahut?
Sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
Fatin.
Boleh tak minta tolong tanya China puas hati ke tak explanation Fatin tadi? Sebab China macam tak puas hati lagi tau. China macam Brunei ni pelik lah, Brunei ni buat hal lah tau.
Kita orang ni viewer sahaja, zone berkecuali, but it's okay. We can open the session for, So China, do you have some opinions or any?
You want to say anything?
China?
Well, the session has ended, the conference is done, so China has nothing to say. We're just going to try and retain and chill, you know.
Yeah, end up everything's agree with the joint statement. So I'm very, very proud of you guys. Instead of korang macam dah debate the whole time, korang dah argue about that thing, suddenly everyone come with one conclusion that agree with the joint statement. Alia surprised and also me and Adam also surprised with that. Wow, semua agree. I thought Alia tak agree.
Biasanya kuasa
Great.
veto yang menang, macam tiba-tiba je ada seorang tak agree. Tiba-tiba biasanya kan. Cambodia agree. Cambodia biasa agree.
Cambodia agree.
Tapi dalam agree pun kita dapat tengok tadi ada certain countries yang reluctant. Reluctancy in giving their agreement. So kalau you guys proceed juga with the implementation of that joint agreement, probably akan ada problem. That's our punya point of view lah sebagai viewer. But maybe you guys as a delegate, ada tindakan susulan lah kot. We only hope for the best from the leaders.
France really, I'm salute with France lah, because France punya delegates not reluctant with the joint statement, but end up you guys also agree with the joint statement. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, actually, I still want to proceed with the Kahoot. Can you guys open Kahoot? Can you guys open Kahoot and we play songs? It's not knowledge lah. It's just about songs, like random songs yang menarik, yang boleh dimainkan. I mean like yang boleh diguna untuk dimainkan. I don't know how to say that, but yeah, let's play songs. Okay.
Okay, so it's only 10. Yeah.
Okay, everyone can open Kahoot, right? Log in with Kahoot and okay, wait. Adam share screen about Kahoot already. Okay, today might be inshallah there's no interaction. I'm like no disturbance from internet lah. Hari ni rasanya internet akan okay. So sorry about last day. Yesterday. Internet connection. Sorry so much. I'm so sorry.
Today one actually the Wi-Fi is a little bit slow, but we hope that it will not interrupt our game.
Everything, yeah, I hope everything will be fine. Because this game is quite interesting compared to yesterday. Yesterday is kind of like ilmu punya game. So I don't really like ilmu punya game, but your debating session just now is like really interesting. Paling tak lego dengan US lah. Tapi Cambodia paling win. No one can fight Cambodia. Okay, so here the game pin 3161935. Okay, let us play 3161935.
Winner, Vincent.
Come on, delegates. Ooh, I saw Martin. Oh my god, Martin is so hot.
It's Martin.
Sorry.
Martin.
Sorry.
Plus, after this, the delegate of Brunei will have tea with Prince Martin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Include me, please. Include me. I want to join. Come on. Children, ready? Ibu. 16, next. Again, more. 3161935. Nak tidur. Sikit lagi.
Window nama yang and or tu.
Which one? And or?
And or / or. Window.
Corn dog, ni mesti lapar.
Wah.
Have you guys eaten your lunch?
We have break, right? This afternoon.
Yeah, sorry.
Belum. Wait, not yet.
Belum, why?
Wow. I have roti if you want roti. Roti and kaya. Jalan je betul lah tu.
Nak mandi.
I saw who just now jalan-jalan. I don't know from where to where, but from somewhere to her room.
France, if I'm not mistaken.
France,
bilik bacaan. Right.
Oh. Bire,
not bire. Hey. Trump supporter if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no.
Bire nak bire. So oh.
US. Kapkunka.
Ooh.
Hello, police.
Hello. Oh, I'm so hungry. More delegates, come. Let's go, delegates. Kahoot 3161935. Oh, nun nana boleh. Ui, ada katak puru ya.
Mana? Where?
Ada katak puru. Left. Kanan tu.
Syaz dengan Adam, korang join bila lagi?
Korang join bila lagi? Semalam?
Maksudnya bukan masuk hotel macam bila korang join sesi kita orang tadi? Start daripada bila lagi?
Session 6 if I'm not mistaken. But don't worry, even if we didn't join from the beginning, we know about Cambodia's very how do you say that? Controversial video.
Everyone keep on updating about what happened, okay, in this session, the whole session.
Okay, these are beginning to trying to say, okay, it's okay. We are going to start for the game. So 24. Why people keep on going out? Coming back.
Tukar nama, exchange nama lah tu.
Okay, change name.
Okay, come. We start. Adam boleh count down kot.
Okay, we start right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5, 2/4, 1, 1.5, 1.34, 1.2, 1.0, and 0. Okay, let's start the game.
Okay, first question.
Which mathematics? Okay.
Oh, which mathematical symbol was the title of Ed Sheeran's first album in 2011? Someone, would you mind sing a song from Ed Sheeran? Adam, nyanyi sikit Ed Sheeran, Adam.
Hey.
Eh?
No.
Oh, no eh. Okay,
No,
okay, okay.
no.
Someone, Ed
Come
Sheeran.
on, guys.
Alan Walker though.
Yes, it's actually plus. People will. His famous album is actually Divide, the one with Shape of Fifth, if I'm not mistaken. But during 2011, it was Plus, which came out on the scene of music industry. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Okay, Germany is at the top, taking the throne as the king of music. Now let's go to the next question. Sai, you guys know Sai?
I wanna be a billionaire.
I think it's Dynamite, right? Dynamite and Gentleman, if I'm not mistaken. Or Billionaire? Or Gangnam Style?
1 billion. 1 billion. Oh. Ooh.
Yes. Oh my God, there is a person who chose Billionaire.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Gangnam Style is actually the first. They achieved and broke too many records that even I cannot count and list down. But Gangnam Style is actually a type that breaks anything during the year. Okay, now let's move to the next question. Let us see. Now, Rolling and Vinci is going up while Germany is still the king or the queen. Okay, now
Germany
let's move to the
still
next
there. Ooh, delegates of Germany ke tu?
Which female artist headlined the One Love Manchester concert in 2017? This is a very famous concert after a very controversial bombing.
Beyonce. I love Taylor Swift.
Okay, One Love Manchester is actually a concert conducted by Ariana Grande alongside with several artists such as Miley Cyrus, and if I'm not mistaken, there are several artists lah. This concert was conducted after the bombing action from a terrorist in Ariana Grande concert several weeks before this concert was conducted at Manchester. Okay, now let's move to the next session. Now.
Wow, Germany, where are you going?
Okay.
I mean you.
Okay. Question number 4. Oh my God, the time is ticking. Okay, now complete this lyrics. You guys have to know this song is somehow one of the songs that.
Oh my God, this is my favorite.
This
is my favorite.
Yeah.
Siapa yang tak tahu sangat-sangat tak ada childhood memories of tiba.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, Taylor Swift is, keluarkan lagu ni but in her own version.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's move to the next section. Okay, now let's just see. Okay, the smiley face with crying. Okay lah, next.
Okay, we proceed.
Complete this lyrics.
Oh my God.
Make sure that you guys pick the lyrics with the right grammar and vocabulary and lyric used by this singer. If I'm not mistaken, this song was sang by Bruno Mars, and there is a one special remix with Cardi B. Wow, everyone, okay, it's actually you know it, you know it. It's just a repeated sentence of you know it.
You know it. You know
Okay,
it.
now let's
You
move
know
to the
it.
next question. Let us see who
Okay.
is currently the top. It's actually Cole. How do we pronounce this? Cole, Call?
Call. Call. I don't know.
Now let's move to
Call.
the next question.
Nah.
Okay. Who sings the official anthem of the World Cup? Who sings the
Shakira,
official
Shakira.
anthem?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, Shakira is the best.
Or is it Justin Derulo?
Sia doh. Aku suka Sia.
Yeah. Okay, you guys have to remember this is the World Cup colors, not Waka Waka. Shakira sang for the song, sang for Waka Waka during World Cup at Brazil.
Yeah,
Brazil,
Brazil,
if I'm not
Mexico.
mistaken. Eh? South Africa. Eh?
South Africa.
Yeah. But on that region, sorry,
Africa, South
we are
Africa.
not an avid fan of football,
Oh
soccer.
my god.
Okay, now let's see who is the current.
Africa.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
Okay, now let's move to the next question. Okay, what is the name of this music instrument? What is
Piano.
the name? Is it piano, harmonica,
Piano.
accordion, or melodica? Is it piano or oud? There's some white and black keys the kids are trying to push, but she also blow it. Yes, great guys. It's melodica. Okay, accordion is actually same as melodica, but it was not blown by the player. It's actually being played like this. You pull the strings, if I'm not mistaken. Harmonica is that instrument where you blow. You know?
Again, Adam, again.
Let's move to the next question. Okay, let us see. Cole is still at the top with 4606. Okay, now let's move to the next question. 8 out of 10. BTS, Blackpink, and Girls' Generation are from. You guys have to remember that all three of them actually released a Japanese album. So are they actually Hollywood because of their
24. Another 2%. Interesting.
yeah, Korean pop. Even though they have already published various albums in different kind of languages, they are still stick with their own colors, which is Korean pop. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the BTS members, the leader, who is his name? RM, if I'm not mistaken, has mentioned in one of their radio session with a US radio where they said that they are going to actually play with Korean pop more and more instead of going into Hollywood and making more English songs. Okay, now let's move to the next question, which is okay. Now let's see. Katapuru is going to the board, and Cole still maintain his or her position as the king of the music. Okay, now let's move to the next question.
BTS orang kampung saya sebenarnya. Untunglah kawan dengan BTS.
Oh, Cinca. Okay, the film Pirates of the Caribbean is known for what song? Is a pirate mean to the end? Angela Love That Man Tell No Tears.
Pirates of the Caribbean. Pirates of the Caribbean ni yang ada sotong tu
Ya, dia ada banyak. And the last one is that Man Tell No Tears.
Manusia sotong.
Yes, it's actually, he's a pirate. That Man Tell No Tales is the title of their last movie, if I'm not mistaken. There is also a song titled with That Man Tell No Tales, but the song that actually becomes popular is He's a Pirate. Pararam pam pararam pam pararam pam pararam. Okay, that is He's a Pirate. Angel of Love, if I'm not mistaken, from the famous musical Phantom of the Opera, and Mean to the End is actually a soundtrack from Avengers Endgame, which was used at the end credit of the movie. Okay, now let's move to the next question. Let us see who is current top. Cool. Maintaining his position or her position. Okay, now let's move to the next question. The last question is, where will the horse be taken in Lil Nas X's biggest hit? This song was used in many TikToks video.
Which one the song?
I don't know, probably Farm
Lagu
or
ni macam mana?
Long Right Road.
Aku tak pernah dengar pun.
Okay. Yes, to the Old Town Road. Okay, to the Old Town Road is actually a remix of this song with BTS, if I'm not mistaken. Old Town Farm is actually Old MacDonald had a farm. That's the song. To a Long Right Road is completely wrong. Okay, now let's see who wins this game.
They said the horse supposedly going back to the stable.
Okay, Mingyu 17th. Mingyu is at number 3. Okay, Smiley Face with Crying is number 2, and the first one is the winner goes to Cole. Okay, now let us have Cole. Okay, Martin's horse is at 4 and 5. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I second France. It's done our game. Actually, sharp 6:30. We need to pass the floor already, Radha.
Yeah, so actually, both of us would like to congratulate you guys for having a very great meeting and session. And we hope that if ALSA, UUM, and UUM Moon are going to actually make another kind of program like this, we hope you guys can join us back and participate with us again, having the same, probably new topic, but with different drama. Probably a United States or even Malaysia disagree with any joint statement, or Brunei keep on going with new debate session. And Shaz, do you have anything to say to them?
I want to say good luck for the closing ceremony. It's okay as long as you guys know other people's, like know new people's, and looking and watching you guys debating is quite interesting. And if you guys pursue with this session, I mean like continuing participate in this type of debating,
We are not
it
debating.
will help you. Yeah.
They are not debating.
Yeah, it will help enhance your knowledge very well. It's like korang ni kot delegates from many country. Kita ada Philippines, kita ada Singapore, kita ada Thailand, kita ada UK, kita ada US, kita ada Vietnam, kita ada Indonesia, kita ada Cambodia, kita ada macam-macam negara.
Look,
Okay, sorry. But just now who say US kind of like debating. Siapa yang cakap tadi? Aku cakap tapi betul lah, korang macam debating doh. Tapi it's okay as long as at the end korang dapat conclude in one things, like everyone agree with the joint statement. Congratulations.
Okay, before we end the session, we would like to say congratulations for the winners, and for the others who didn't win any award, we would like to say that you guys, this is not the start. There is future with this. You guys punya, what we say, you guys punya talent in speaking, you guys punya talent in, what we say, talent in discussing intensely, like how Brunei just said just now. So we hope that you guys will do your best in the future, and that's all from me. So thank you. Shaz, you have anything to say?
Nope. I guess we need to pass the floor to the MC already.
Okay, so going back to the master of the ceremony.
See you guys.
I'm just gonna give up the seat territories for the claimants. Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Thanks to the Special Task Bureau for the exhilarating entertainment session. This marks the delighted end of our session today. Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of the session not long ago, it is with great honor that I welcome all of you to the closing ceremony of the Model ASEAN Meeting. The participants have battled it out over these 2 days. Let's give a round of applause to all the participants for giving their best in this competition until the very last moment. Finally, the time has arrived to announce the winner. But first, We will have three honorable guests to deliver their speeches at this closing ceremony. Without further delay, we would like to humbly invite Mr. Tanesan Analalaki Anbuselvam, the President of UUMUN, to deliver his speech. My apologies. Uh, Now we would like to welcome Mr. Muhammad Zulkain bin Wan Asmira, the President of ALSA UUM, to give his speech.
Before I start, is my voice audible? All right, thank you for the thumbs up. All right. A'udzubillahiminasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wa mursalin wa ala alihi washabbihi ajma'in. All right, thank you MC for the honor. And it has been second day, but my name still not been pronounced correctly. It's Zulkarnai. Sorry for having such a difficult name to pronounce. All right, let's do my greetings. I was informed that the advisor of UN Club will be here, but I don't know if she's here or not, but I can just inform her. Respected Madam Nidnor Suhaida, the advisor of UN Club. Is the president of UN here? Mr. Tanesan, anak lelaki Ambu Salvam, president of UN. Mr. Ahmad Muhammad is here, or not really. Mr. Ahmad Muhammad Pemota, UN Director. Ms. Atika Harina Abu Bakar, also UN Director of UN Model ASEAN Meeting, Special Summit, committee members of Model ASEAN Meeting, and all of the participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam biru warna. Alhamdulillah, grateful to Allah SWT. The Model ASEAN Meeting Special Summit has been conducted successfully for these 2 days. Congratulations to the directors, Mr. Muhammad and Ms. Atika, committee members, and also to the participants. I believe that it is not easy, especially doing it virtually from morning until now. Actually, I joined the program for the whole session since yesterday as an observer or spectator in case the UM bully our members. Just kidding. Who have thought that Model ASEAN Meeting can be so fun? I'd love to see some fights. Delegates from France, China, US, and others are the most outstanding to me, as I guess. I gain and learn so many things. That is in order. Let me talk about the collaboration. This collaboration has been planned way before I was appointed as the president of ALSA UM. My very good friend, who never failed to remind me to mention her today, I don't know if she's here, Miss Nur Alia Shukur, who is the chair of the MOM, and also the external vice president of UUMUN, helped me to make this collaboration becoming a reality. Before my interview as the president, I approached Alia and asked her if there is any possibility if ALSA UM wanted to collab with UMUN. She wholeheartedly supported the idea and brought it up to the committees for the further discussion. And here we are. The reason why I wanted to collaborate with UMUN is because I can see how UMUN can help and polish ALSA UM to become a skillful association for the members, and of course to develop a wonderful and long-lasting friendship with UUN members, which I hope has been developed in this program. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who didn't know, ALSA UUM is actually a local chapter of ALSA Malaysia, where ALSA Malaysia is the national chapter of ALSA International. As a local chapter of ALSA Malaysia, ALSA UM has received so many opportunities to collaborate with the external parties such as UITM, Taylors, UNIZA, INTI, and many others. And it goes the same when it comes to the international level, where we used to collaborate with law school from Indonesia and Thailand. The opportunities to collab with the outsiders, or should I say external parties, are very easy as we follow the slogan of ALSA, which means ALSA always be one. However, it's a different story when it comes to internal. As far as what I've known before this program, ALSA UM only used to collab with the clubs within the School of Law, UUM, only like Muting, Akadep. That's when I took over the administration, I wanted to collab with entity outside of School of Law. So as School of Law is under Colgis, I believe that I should approach the schools under Colgis first. In this context, so is School of International Studies, our very close neighbor. Well, physically not that close lah, DKD 7, right? But yes, I am very honored to announce that UUM-UN is our very first collaboration happen outside of School of Law internally. So UUM-UN will always be special in our heart. You know, like firstborn or first love. I think firstborn is much more appropriate. I am hoping that this JV program will not be our first and last. I am hoping that the next generations of ALSA UUM and UUM-UN can continue this collaboration in the future. Maybe in the future, the program can be more towards ALSA UUM scope, you know, maybe not because this model ASEAN Meeting is more towards UUM-UN scope. So, but I don't know actually what is ALSA UUM scope. Maybe have a friendly legal forum, something like that. Once again, thank you to my AAC Bureau, the committees, and of course, UUM-UN as a whole for your willingness to collab with us. Let's maintain this friendship for a long time, inshallah. Last but not least, if I may mention their names one by one, Aiman, Hazim, hi Alia, Aiman, Hazim, Amin, Fatin, Pavitra, Shakina, Joyce, Nazihah, Nadira, Siejing, Alia, Emily, Kayao, Bob, and Tashindir, the participants representing ALSA UUM. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being a part of this historical moment. I believe that will be all from me. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. ALSA always be one. I yield back my time to the MC. Thank you.
Many thanks to Mr. Muhammad Zulkarnain for his speech. Without further delay, we would like to humbly invite Mr. Tanisan Analalaki Angusilvam, the President of UUM-UN, to deliver his speech.
Thank you, Chair Speaker. First and foremost, am I audible? Okay, assuming I'm audible, I'm going to start my speech. So first and foremost, congratulations to all of you delegates, chairs, and committee members for being here, to being able to bring out a successful today's sharing sessions, wonderful sessions that I believe that all of you have enjoyed and truly able to learn the MUN progress and how MUN works. I know it is very tough for the beginners for the law students, but I'm sure that once you start to go on to learn more and more about MUN, it start to get so fun that you wish that you wanted to join this more and more and more. For the committee members, thank you so much for bringing up this project. From ALSA, I would like to thank Atika, who was part of our club last time. Thank you for this opportunity. And on behalf of MUN, thank you Alia, Moimin, Sandra, and Tunku, and every single one of you who made this project successful and able to present our club to other clubs in UUM and outside as well. I know how hard you all have worked for this project, and I'm truly delighted to see that it's been a successful event for all of you. I see like Alia and Moimin has been chair for these sessions. Congratulations to you. May more and more you will get to be chair in the more MUN conferences. And towards law students, I first and foremost would like to congratulate it. And I'm actually astonished by your bravery to join something that out of your league, for example, because this is not something that you don't really participate in your class, I believe, because for law students, mostly involved in like a debate, argument, mooting, and etc. So thank you for your trust in us and your ability to be here, to be with us, to learn and more. And adding on, I'd like to add on to what the president of ALSA mentioned previously. Thank you, actually, first and foremost, for choosing us to be your first club to be involved beside the sisters club in your law society. Because as when I went into administration on the my range, I really wanted this club to be more than just a Swiss club. We wanted this club to be presentable, to be able to engage with relationship with every clubs in UUM and also outside of MUM itself. So it's truly delighted for us to able to have a growing relationship with other clubs such as you and many more. And I'm sure that there will be more projects in the future that you will be able to join us. And if there is any project from your club, you can just send us an invitation and we will be truly delighted to join these sessions and programs. As last but not least, I would like to once again reaffirm my stance that I'm truly delighted and proud for my club for able to join you all, to be able to make a successful and historic event to be called as a successful event. And I wish you all of you all the best, and I wish you to see in more MUN conferences. And on behalf of our club members, we wish to see you in ALSA's projects as well. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Tanison, for the uplifting speech. We believe that this Model Asian meeting will become one of our unforgettable experiences. Now, for the most awaited moment, the announcement of the winners of the Model Asian Meeting Special Summit. I will now pass the floor to the chair for them to conduct the awarding session.
Thank you, Suba, for that. So as we have already mentioned, we are going to have 2, 4, 6, 7 awards for this Model ASEAN Meeting session. We are glad that the session ends with an agreement of joint statement coming from all 15 delegates in this committee sessions. And we believe we shall start off with the awards coming for best position paper. It was tough for us three to deliberate and evaluate which to get the awards, but we just wanted to remind you again that whatever there is for the results of the awards, we we would like to applaud all of the delegates here to be able to be actively participating and understanding that you guys also have COCE and other things to do, but you managed to be active for the last 2 days, and the chairs would like to applaud on that. So without any further ado, we shall I shall pass the floor to Fadil to announce the award for the first one, which is best position paper.
All right, I will take the floor. May I, Alia? All right. Thank you, Alia, and for all delegates here. So before we start, please bear in mind that it was not an easy decisions to determine who will be get the winners. Three of us, chair, co-chair, and rapporteur, we make an assessment last night from 9 p.m. until 3 a.m. to determine your assessment, your participation, your etiquette, your attitude, and your substance during the whole councils. So it was not an easy job to make assessment. And yeah, now let's get down to the business. The best position paper that has an accuracy in terms of country stance, that has accuracy in terms of country policies, that has comprehensive and systematically solutions. And now, best position awards goes to Delegate of Australia. Yay! Please give a virtual claps, guys.
Apologies, but is there any
slides?
Screen slides?
Yes, is there any slides to show?
Are there any slides? Committee?
But congratulations, Australia. Well deserved.
Yeah, congratulations, Australia. Seems none.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Wait, just a second.
Voice in the distance.
Well, okay, Australia. Congratulations once again. Yay!
There we go. Oh.
There we go. All right, that's all from me. I just would like to make announcement for best question paper, and for the next one is diplomatic commendations.
No,
and
verbal commendation first.
Verbal commendation. Yes, thank you, Alia. Verbal commendation and diplomatic commendation, which will be announced by our co-chair, Imin. Imin, you may take the floor. Thank you, guys.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Like what our coaches here have stated, it has not been an easy assessment for us to evaluate in terms of your diplomacy, in terms of how you interact with other delegates, and also in terms of how you maintain your composure towards the whole of the session. But do bear in mind, because this is Model ASEAN Meeting, we expected things to be a little bit more peaceful than it is. But our delegates here managed to spice things up, and it was considered to be one of the most amazing Model ASEAN Meeting events I've ever seen, especially with the well-fired delegates coming forth. So without further ado, let's jump into the first verbal commendation, which goes to Delegate of France. Congratulations, France. Delegate of France.
Delegate of France.
You were most vocal in throughout all of your sessions, and it really shows of how you were able to communicate and also represent your stance as a dialogue partner throughout the session. And for that, we award you the verbal commendation. Next, we have one of the verbal commendation awards, and this also applies to one of the delegates who, in a way, was shown to be quite a powerful delegate, but in terms of certain aspects, we were not able to grant them a higher award, which was quite unfortunate. But this award really goes to show you of how they were able to pull it through as an excellent delegate. And this excellent delegate just won the verbal commendation, and this delegate goes to Delegate of China.
Virtual clap,
China,
guys.
you really blew our minds off with how you presented your stance. It really blew us off.
China was our public enemy.
You could win an Oscar one day if you wanted to become an actor. Yeah, Public Enemy 101. That is true. All right, well deserved, China. Hope to see you more in the future events. Now, without further ado, let's diplomatic commendation, which is presented to the delegates who has shown the most diplomatic efforts throughout the session and has managed to keep calm of the session peacefully and without any arguments in a way. But these delegates, they have shown to be the mother or the father within the group, and they managed to calm things down when things went astray. So without further ado, let's go with the first one, which is presented directly to Delegate of Thailand.
Thailand. Woo! Congratulations, Thailand.
Congrats, delegate. Congrats, Thailand.
Congrats.
You really deserve this as a way. You come
What?
along.
What
is your day? Now, awardee. Let's come up with the second awardee. The second awardee comes close to be diplomatic as well. We are unfortunate to share with you a separate award was not available, but you were one of the diplomatic delegates alongside with Thailand here, and until we ourselves were having a tough time to actually properly access all of the delegates here. But the second delegation who won the diplomatic award goes to the Delegate of Vietnam.
Woo, Vietnam.
Woo! Congrats, Vietnam.
Congrats.
All right. Now we pass on to the different categories, which is going to be presented by our lovely chair here, by Alia. Go ahead there.
Okay, thank you so much, my beloved co-chair and my repertoire, who has been helping me throughout the 2 days council and ever since we have already planned for this program. So without any further ado, let's move on with the other two awards. Okay, so it was tough for us to choose for this one, but I believe it is clear as well in terms of their activeness, in terms of their country stances, and as well as specifically endurance for the last 2 days. And for this one, let's move on with the award for Best Diplomacy. We believe this delegate had showcased endurance throughout the sessions, as well as being diplomatic most of the times. Although this country is not, should I give like a spoiler? Should not was not one of the claimant of the South China Sea region. They managed to really showcase their appearance, their appearance on the council with the proposed suggestions, with the proposed solutions, and their stances as a country. And without further ado, I guess we shall call out for the winner for Best Diplomacy, which goes to Delegation of Myanmar. Congratulations, Delegation of Myanmar. Yes, you can screenshot this a second. Congratulations, Delegation of Myanmar. All right. Without further ado, I will be announcing the award for Best Delegate for this 2 days Model ASEAN Meeting conference. This delegate showcased a very strong stance as a country. Although this country is kind of small, but they are actually strong in a different aspect as well. Overall, throughout the 2 days, they have proposed many solutions. and being diplomatic as well, to which it does embody how ASEAN model ASEAN meeting should really be. And apart from that, the delegates maintain and were able to communicate with other delegates into finding a consensus as a whole. And without any further ado, let's just announce who the winner for the best delegate would be. And the winner, or the best delegate for this Model ASEAN Meeting Special Summit 2021 goes to Delegate of Brunei Darussalam.
Congrats, Brunei.
Why is yes, congratulations, Delegate of Brunei Darussalam. Yeah, Prince Martin proud. Yes.
Brunei has come a long way.
Yes. Again, congratulations for all of the delegates who have won the award, and to those who have who did not win any award, be clear delegates that you guys did a very good job. However, it was due to the apologies. It was difficult for us to truly find the one who could fit all of the award slots. It was a very tough day, delegates. It was very tiring, but Alhamdulillah, we ended it with a consensus as a whole for the joint statement. We were shocked, apparently, but congratulations again to everyone. So that's all. We'll be passing the floor back to the MC.
Congratulations, every single one of the delegates, though. The experience here is golden. You wouldn't anywhere else.
God wills, yes. Yes, back to you.
Thank you, Chair of Council. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. To commemorate our session, I kindly request everyone to turn on their cameras for a photo session.
Come on, delegates. Turn on your camera. Show your pretty face. Show your pretty oily face if it's oily. Mine is oily. Apologies, delegates. All right. Come on, everyone. Committee pun. Yes. Oh, before we take photo, just wanted to remind, if you guys wanted an evaluation coming from the chairs, you can approach me, Muhaimin, or Fadil for any evaluations for your performance in the council. Yeah, performance in the council. Apologies, delegates. All right, Australia, Ain, who will be taking the photo? Am I? Should I? All right, delegates.
The committee, maybe?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Another 1, 2. Okay, next page, please. Next page. Okay, 1, 2. Smile. Okay, very good, very good. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure if the committee did take picture, but I just take it. I'm just gonna send it to you. Kasihan ada baru buka kamera. Kasihan ada baru
Banyak sih.
Yalah, nak membantu ni. Okay, sorry. I'm smiling because I'm not stopping to take picture. Okay, dah tu je.
All right.
All right.
Thank you for your kind cooperation. Thank you once again for attending, and we hope to see you in our next event. With that, everyone may now leave the meeting room, and thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, delegates. You will be expecting the sigil maybe within this week, inshallah. Within this week or within this 2 weeks. Yeah. Thank you again, delegates.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Everyone, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, guys. You're doing great. Join more MUN. Sorry, a bit too excited.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, bye. Bye, delegate.